Unknown. Habib Tabangi. Thriving Together, a comprehensive guide to healthy relationships. Chapter 1, Introduction to Healthy Relationships. Relationships form the foundation of human experience. From the moment we are born, our connections with others shape our understanding of the world and ourselves. As social creatures, humans have an innate need for belonging and companionship. Healthy relationships, whether with a romantic partner, family members, friends, or colleagues, provide us with support, love, and a sense of purpose. Research over decades has consistently shown that people with strong, positive relationships tend to be happier, healthier, and even live longer. In fact, a famous 85-year study from Harvard concluded that the quality of our relationships is one of the greatest predictors of our overall happiness and well-being. The need for connection. At our core, we all want to feel understood, valued, and connected. Close relationships fulfill the fundamental human need for connection and belonging. When you have people you can rely on, celebrate with, and turn to in difficult times, life's joys are sweeter and challenges more bearable. Think about times when you've shared a genuine laugh with a friend or received a warm hug from a family member. These moments create emotional warmth and security. In contrast, loneliness and social isolation can take a toll on mental and physical health. Feeling alone or unsupported often leads to stress, anxiety, and a diminished sense of self-worth. This is why nurturing relationships is not just a nice to have in life, but an essential component of a healthy, fulfilling existence. Major forms of relationships. Throughout this book, we will explore 4 major forms of relationships: romantic, familial, platonic, friendships, and professional. Each of these relationships plays a significant role at different stages and contexts of life. Romantic relationships include the partnerships we form with significant others, such as dating relationships, marriages, or long-term partnerships. These relationships often involve deep emotional intimacy, physical affection, and a commitment to mutual growth and support. Familial relationships encompass the bonds with immediate and extended family members, from the parent-child relationship and sibling bonds to relationships with grandparents, cousins, and in-laws. Family connections are often lifelong and can provide a sense of history, tradition, and unconditional support. Platonic friendships are the close connections we develop with people who are not related to us and with whom we have no romantic involvement. Good friends offer companionship, trust, and understanding. They are the people with whom we choose to spend time, share interests, and confide our feelings. Professional relationships cover our interactions with colleagues, bosses, mentors, and employees in the workplace or in business settings. Although these relationships may seem fundamentally different from personal ones, they too rely on communication, trust, respect, and cooperation. Each type of relationship comes with its own joys and challenges. For instance, romantic relationships might offer passion and deep companionship, but can face challenges around communication or differing expectations. Family relationships provide roots and a sense of identity, but can sometimes be complicated by history and differing values among relatives. Friendships are chosen bonds that can be a source of great joy and mutual support, yet they require effort to maintain over time and distance. Professional relationships can lead to career growth, teamwork satisfaction, and networking opportunities, but they demand respect, clear communication, and boundaries to thrive. Common threads of healthy relationships. While the context may differ, all healthy relationships share some common foundational elements. Key pillars that we will revisit throughout this book include communication. Open, honest, and empathetic dialogue is the lifeblood of any relationship. The ability to express oneself clearly and listen actively to others underpins mutual understanding. Misunderstandings and conflicts often arise when communication breaks down, so learning effective communication skills is crucial. Trust. Trust means confidence in the other person's reliability and integrity. It is earned over time through honesty, consistency, and support. In a trusting relationship, you feel secure that you can rely on the other person and know they have your best interests at heart. Respect. Mutual respect involves valuing the other person's individuality, opinions, and boundaries. Even when people disagree or have different needs, respect ensures that they treat each other with dignity and consideration. This creates a safe space for both parties to be themselves. Boundaries. Healthy relationships require clear personal boundaries, understanding where one person ends and the other begins. Boundaries can be emotional, physical, and even digital. They protect each person's comfort and well-being, preventing resentment and imbalance. Setting and respecting boundaries is an act of respect and self-care within relationships. Empathy and understanding. Empathy is the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes and understand their feelings or perspective. When empathy is present, people feel seen and validated. In strong relationships, individuals strive to understand each other's experiences and emotions, fostering a deep bond. Support and encouragement. One of the greatest gifts of a close relationship is having someone in your corner, someone who cheers for your successes, comforts you in distress, and motivates you to become the best version of yourself. Whether it's emotional support during a tough time or practical help when you have a challenge, being supportive strengthens the relationship. Flexibility and patience. No relationship is static. People grow and circumstances change. Being flexible and patient means adapting to new phases of the relationship and forgiving imperfections. All of us make mistakes or go through rough patches. Patience and willingness to work through difficulties are essential for longevity in any relationship. As we proceed through the chapters of this book, we will delve into each of these core aspects in detail. You will find actionable guidance, exercises, and insights drawn from relationship psychology and real-world experiences. The goal is to equip you with both the understanding and the practical tools to improve your relationships in everyday life. Why an academic and practical approach? You might wonder why this book emphasizes both academic insights and practical tips. The academic perspective, including decades of research in psychology and sociology, helps us understand why certain approaches work. For example, research can tell us how active listening affects conflict resolution or why expressing gratitude might deepen intimacy. These insights give a solid foundation beyond guesswork or myths about relationships. However, knowledge alone is not enough. That's why each chapter pairs information with real-life examples and exercises so you can apply what you learn. A relationship is not an abstract concept. It's a living, dynamic connection that you do and experience every day. Therefore, this guide is designed to be not only informative, but also interactive and practical. After all, improving communication or building trust is a skill, and like any skill, it requires practice. Taking responsibility for your relationships. One empowering truth you'll encounter is that you have significant influence over the quality of your relationships. It's easy to fall into the trap of blaming others when things aren't going well. My partner just doesn't listen, or my friend never calls me back, or my boss is impossible. While we cannot control another person's behavior or feelings, we can control our own actions, communication, and reactions. By developing better relationship skills, you often inspire positive changes in others too. Throughout this book, you're encouraged to take initiative. Be the one to start an honest conversation, to set a healthy boundary, or to extend an olive branch during a conflict. These choices can transform the dynamic of a relationship. In reading this, you've already taken a vital step toward enriching your relationships. You're seeking knowledge and growth. How to use this book. Each chapter of this guide focuses on a crucial facet of relationships or a particular type of relationship. The chapters on core skills such as communication, trust, boundaries, emotional intimacy, conflict resolution, long-term growth, and goal setting provide strategies that apply to all forms of relationships. Then the chapters dedicated to specific relationship contexts, romantic, family, friendships, and professional, will help you adapt those core principles to life's various domains. You can read the book straight through, or feel free to jump to sections that feel most urgent or relevant to you. If you're currently facing a conflict at work, the chapter on communication or the one on professional relationships might be immediately helpful. If you're looking to deepen the bond with your spouse or partner, you may be drawn to the chapters on emotional intimacy or romantic partnerships. At the end of each chapter, you will find a section with practical tips and exercises. These are designed to help you reflect on your own relationships and put ideas into practice. Change doesn't happen just by reading, it happens by doing. So, if you encounter an exercise like practice active listening with a family member this week, or set a small relationship goal with your partner, take the time to actually do it. These actions, even if they feel a bit awkward at first, can lead to breakthroughs in understanding and connection. A journey of continuous growth. It's important to recognize that building strong relationships is a journey, not a destination. There is no point at which one can say, "I've perfected relationships. No further effort needed." Even the healthiest relationships require ongoing care and adaptation. Life will throw new scenarios at you. Moving to a new city, welcoming a new child, changing careers, facing illness or loss, and so on. Each transition can test a relationship in new ways. By learning the fundamental skills and attitudes discussed in this book, you will be better prepared to navigate these changes together with your loved ones. You'll also be more resilient if a relationship unfortunately ends, or if you need to distance yourself from unhealthy connections, because you will understand what a healthy relationship looks like and how to work towards it. In the chapters ahead, we will explore effective communication techniques to avoid misunderstandings and connect more deeply. We'll look at ways of building trust so that your relationships have a strong foundation. We'll discuss how to establish boundaries that protect your well-being and strengthen mutual respect. And we'll delve into emotional intimacy, conflict resolution, and keeping relationships strong over the long haul. We will also give dedicated attention to enriching your romantic relationships, enhancing your family bonds, cultivating meaningful friendships, and excelling in professional relationships. No matter your starting point, whether you have wonderfully fulfilling relationships you just want to sustain, or you're struggling with some challenging dynamics, there is always room to learn and grow. The fact that you're reading this means you care about your relationships and believe in their importance. With an open mind and a willingness to practice new strategies, you can absolutely make a positive difference in your relationship life. So let's begin this journey together. The following chapter jumps straight into one of the most critical skills in any relationship: effective communication. Developing better communication skills will set the stage for everything else to come, because clear and kind communication is the thread that weaves through all forms of healthy connections. Chapter 2: Effective communication in relationships. Communication is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Whether you are talking with your spouse, listening to a friend, or emailing a coworker, the way you communicate can strengthen the bond or create distance. Effective communication is more than just exchanging words. It's about understanding and connection. When communication flows well, misunderstandings are minimized and people feel heard and valued. On the other hand, poor communication, such as constant interrupting, criticizing, or failing to express one's true feelings, can lead to frustration, resentment, and conflicts. In this chapter, we will explore how to communicate better in all types of relationships. We'll look at listening skills, speaking skills, and the nuances of verbal and nonverbal communication that can make a big difference in your interactions. The role of communication in relationships. Healthy communication serves several important functions in a relationship. It allows individuals to express their needs, feelings, and concerns openly. When you can tell a loved one what's on your mind, it prevents guesswork and builds understanding. It enables problem solving and conflict resolution. Couples or teams who talk through issues calmly are far more likely to find solutions than those who shut down or yell. It fosters emotional intimacy. Sharing your inner thoughts and listening to someone else's creates closeness. Many people find that the deepest bonds are formed during long, honest conversations. It reinforces trust and respect. When you communicate truthfully and kindly, you show the other person that you respect them enough to be honest and that you care about their feelings. Consider a simple example. Alex and Jordan are friends who plan to meet for lunch. Jordan was running late but didn't inform Alex. Alex sat at the cafe, growing irritated and assuming Jordan didn't value their time. When Jordan arrived 20 minutes late, Alex responded with cold silence, and Jordan felt confused by the chilly reception. In this scenario, a lack of communication on both sides caused tension. Jordan could have sent a quick message about being delayed, and Alex could have expressed concern or asked if everything was okay instead of stewing silently. A brief exchange of communication would likely have prevented hurt feelings. This example shows how easily a situation can go wrong without clear communication. Now imagine the opposite. If Jordan had texted running 15 minutes late, "I'm so sorry," and Alex replied, "Thanks for letting me know. See you soon," both would approach lunch without frustration. Clear, considerate communication keeps relationships running smoothly. Active listening, the art of truly hearing. We often think of communication as the act of speaking, but listening is just as crucial, if not more so. Active listening means fully focusing on what the other person is saying, understanding their message, and responding thoughtfully. When someone feels truly heard, it's incredibly validating and calming. Key elements of active listening include: give your full attention, put away distractions like phones or TV, face the person, and make eye contact. Show through your body language that you are engaged. Nod occasionally or say to acknowledge points. Avoid interrupting. Let the speaker finish what they are saying without jumping in or planning your reply mid-sentence. This can be challenging, especially if you feel defensive or excited, but it is essential for understanding. Reflect and clarify. After the person finishes or pauses, summarize what you heard in your own words. For example, "It sounds like you felt upset when I didn't call yesterday." This reflection shows that you are trying to understand and also gives them a chance to correct anything you misinterpreted. You can also ask clarifying questions. When you say you felt ignored, do you mean at the meeting we had in the morning? Empathize. Try to put yourself in their shoes and acknowledge their feelings. You might say, "I can understand why you would feel that way," or "That sounds like it was really difficult for you." Even if you don't fully agree with their perspective, empathizing shows you respect their experience. Respond thoughtfully. Active listening doesn't mean you just stay silent the whole time. It's about engaging in a way that is helpful to the speaker. After they've shared, respond to their main points or feelings rather than changing the subject or immediately launching into your own story. If they were expressing a concern or problem, perhaps ask how you can help or what they think would make things better. Imagine a scenario of active listening in a family context. A teenage son comes home clearly upset from school. Instead of immediately questioning or scolding him for his sour mood, his mother sits down and says gently, "You seem upset. I'm here if you want to talk about what happened." Her tone is calm and inviting. When the son starts talking about a fight with a friend, the mother listens quietly, nodding and not interrupting. She then says, "It sounds like you felt betrayed when your friend shared your secret with others. I can see why you're hurt." This simple reflection makes the son feel heard. Because he feels understood, he opens up more, and together they discuss what he might do next. In this example, the mother's active listening turned a potentially closed-off situation into a bonding moment. The son not only felt supported, but he also walked away with a clearer mind about his problem. Active listening is powerful. It can diffuse anger. Many conflicts calm down once each side feels heard, and it strengthens affection. In romantic relationships, studies have shown that partners who practice active listening report higher satisfaction. At work, colleagues who listen well to each other build trust and collaborate more effectively. It makes sense. When people listen to us, we feel valued as a person. Speaking clearly and kindly, finding your voice. Just as important as listening is how we speak. Communicating effectively means expressing yourself in a way that is clear, honest, and respectful. This often requires courage, especially when discussing sensitive feelings or disagreements, but it is essential for mutual understanding. Here are some key guidelines for expressing yourself. Use I statements. Rather than starting sentences with you, which can come across as accusatory, focus on your own feelings and needs. For example, instead of "You never help me with anything," you could say, "I've been feeling overwhelmed with the house chores and I would really appreciate some help." The second phrasing communicates the same concern, lack of help, but in a way that is less likely to make the other person defensive. I statements take ownership of your feelings. I feel X when Y happens and I need Z. Be specific and direct. Try to clearly articulate what you mean. Hinting or expecting others to read your mind can lead to confusion. If something is bothering you, identify it as specifically as possible. For instance, saying, "I'd like us to spend one evening a week together without screens because I miss talking with you," is much clearer than a vague comment like, "We never do anything together." Specific requests or observations are easier for others to understand and act upon. Mind your tone. How you say something can be just as important as what you say. A gentle, calm tone invites cooperation, whereas a sarcastic or harsh tone can shut down the conversation. If you're angry or upset, take a moment to breathe and collect yourself before you speak, so that your tone remains respectful. This doesn't mean you hide your emotions. It's okay to sound sad or concerned, but try to avoid sounding contemptuous or attacking. Avoid blame and accusation. Direct blaming tends to make the listener defensive. Compare, "You left the kitchen a mess. You obviously don't care about our home," with, "I noticed the dishes were left out and it made me feel stressed this morning. Could we find a way to keep the kitchen tidy?" The second approach addresses the issue, messy kitchen, without attacking the person's character or intentions. By focusing on the issue and your feelings about it rather than casting blame, you invite a collaborative solution. Practice assertiveness. Being assertive means communicating your message confidently and respectfully. It sits in a healthy middle ground between being passive, not stating your needs at all, and being aggressive, yelling or demanding. For example, if a friend has a habit of interrupting you, a passive response would be to say nothing and just feel annoyed. An aggressive response might be snapping, "Will you shut up and let me finish?" An assertive response could be, "Hold on, I really want to finish my thought and then I'd love to hear your reaction." Assertiveness respects both your own right to speak and the other person's dignity. Finding your voice also involves honesty. Healthy communication requires truthfulness. This doesn't mean being blunt to the point of rudeness, but it does mean you should strive not to hide important truths. If something is important to you, a boundary, a hurt feeling, a need, expressing it gives the other person a chance to understand and respond. It might feel safer to avoid a tough conversation, but silence often creates distance or unresolved tension. By speaking up kindly and clearly, you give the relationship an opportunity to grow. Nonverbal communication beyond words. It's often said that a majority of communication is nonverbal. Through body language, facial expressions, gestures, posture, and tone of voice. Think about how you can tell a loved one is upset even when they say, "I'm fine," or how a friend's warm hug communicates care without a single word. Nonverbal signals can reinforce what is being said verbally, or they can contradict it. Being aware of your own and others' nonverbal communication can greatly improve understanding. Facial expressions. Your face can reveal a lot. Smiles, frowns, eye contact, eyebrow raises. When talking to someone, if they look confused or upset based on their expression, it's a cue to check in. "I notice you're frowning. Did I say something that bothered you?" Similarly, be mindful of what your own expressions might be conveying. Rolling your eyes or scowling sends a negative message, even if your words are polite. Body posture and gestures, crossing arms tightly, might signal defensiveness or discomfort, while an open posture, arms relaxed facing the person, signals openness. Nodding can show you're listening. Turning away or checking your watch might signal boredom or impatience. When aiming to communicate effectively, try to align your body language with your words. For example, if you're apologizing, facing the person and making eye contact will come across as more sincere than looking away or slouching. Tone of voice and pace. The same sentence can have a completely different meaning depending on tone. A soft, caring "how are you" invites sharing, whereas a brisk, perfunctory "how are you" might not. If someone's tone becomes sharp or their volume increases, it may indicate rising anger or frustration, and that could be a sign to de-escalate the conversation, perhaps by lowering your own voice, staying calm, or suggesting a short break to cool down. Silence. Silence itself is a form of communication. It can communicate comfort and understanding, like two people sitting quietly together in peace, or it can communicate tension and disconnect, the silent treatment after an argument. Be aware of what your silences may convey. If you need a moment to think during a heated discussion, you might say, "I'm quiet because I'm thinking about what you said. I just need a moment." This prevents the other person from misinterpreting your silence as indifference or withdrawal. Understanding nonverbal cues helps you pick up on what might not be said outright. If your friend says, "I had a good day," but avoids eye contact and sounds dejected, you might gently inquire more, giving them space to share what's really going on. By tuning into these signals, you can respond more empathically. Additionally, by managing your own nonverbal signals, using open and warm body language, you make others feel more at ease when talking with you. Communication styles: passive, aggressive, and assertive. People have different styles of communicating, often learned from upbringing or past experiences. It's useful to recognize these styles in yourself and others. Passive communication involves holding back one's true thoughts and feelings, often to avoid conflict or please others. Passive communicators might say yes when they really mean no, or they might not speak up when hurt. While it may seem like they are easygoing, passive communicators often build up internal resentment or feel their needs aren't met. For example, a passive coworker might take on extra work without protest, even when overwhelmed, leading to burnout or quiet resentment towards colleagues. Aggressive communication is the opposite. It's forceful, hostile, or demanding. An aggressive communicator expresses their needs in ways that disrespect or hurt others. This might include yelling, using insults, or dominating the conversation. While they might get their way in the short term out of others' fear or acquiescence, aggressive communicators damage trust and respect. For instance, a friend who frequently says hurtful things bluntly and then claims to be just being honest is likely communicating in an aggressive manner that pushes people away. Passive-aggressive communication is an indirect way of expressing anger or dissatisfaction. It involves saying one thing but meaning another, or acting out subtly. Examples include giving someone the silent treatment, making snide or sarcastic remarks, or agreeing to a request but then purposefully not following through. Passive-aggressive behavior can be confusing for the recipient and still avoids addressing issues openly. For example, if a roommate is upset about cleaning chores, they might not confront their roommate directly, but instead leave a mess in retaliation or make sarcastic comments like, "Must be nice to have a cleaning fairy around here." Assertive communication is the healthy style we touched on earlier. It's characterized by clarity, respect, and confidence. Assertive communicators value both their own needs and the needs of others. They speak up for themselves without trampling on anyone else. Using assertive communication techniques leads to more honest and constructive interactions. For example, an assertive partner in a relationship can say, "I feel lonely when we don't spend time together. Can we plan a special evening this week?" Directly stating a feeling and requesting a solution, rather than either staying silent, passive, or lashing out. "You never spend time with me." Aggressive. By aiming for assertive communication, you encourage a culture of respect in your relationships. It might take practice if you're used to another style. If you tend to be passive, challenge yourself to voice your opinion on a small matter, like where to eat or what movie to watch, instead of always deferring. If you realize you lean aggressive when stressed, practice taking a pause and softening your delivery, keeping the content of your message but phrasing it more kindly. Overcoming common communication barriers. Even with the best intentions, there are many obstacles that can impede good communication. Being aware of them helps you avoid or address them. Assumptions and mind reading. A very common pitfall is assuming we know what the other person is thinking or expecting them to know what we are thinking. For instance, you might assume your friend didn't call because they're upset with you, when in fact they were just busy. Or you might expect your spouse to automatically know you want help in the kitchen without you asking. Such assumptions lead to misunderstandings. The solution is simple but often overlooked. Communicate. If you're not sure what someone is thinking or why they behaved a certain way, ask in a non-accusatory way. And if you need something, express it clearly rather than expecting others to read your mind. listening to respond rather than to understand. Sometimes while someone else is talking, we're only half listening because we're busy formulating our own response or counterargument. This means we miss part of their message. It's a barrier because the conversation then becomes two monologues rather than a dialogue. By consciously focusing on understanding first, using active listening skills, you break this pattern. You can always take a moment after they finish to gather your thoughts before you reply. Emotional triggers. Certain words, tones, or subjects can trigger strong emotional reactions that shut down our ability to communicate calmly. For example, if you have a sensitivity about being critiqued, you might hear any little suggestion as a major criticism and react defensively. Or if someone raises their voice, it might immediately make you angry or scared. Being aware of your triggers can help you manage your reactions. If you feel triggered, it's okay to say, "I'm feeling upset and I need a minute to compose myself before we continue." Also, try to give your loved ones the benefit of the doubt. Separate the current conversation from past baggage. If your partner innocently forgot to take out the trash, it's about this one incident, not a proof that they never care, unless there's a bigger pattern. External distractions. In our busy world, one major communication barrier is simply not giving conversations our full attention. How many times have you or someone you know tried to talk about something important while also scrolling on a phone? Multitasking and meaningful conversations do not mix well. Removing distractions by choosing the right time and place for important talks, like turning off the TV, putting phones on silent, or talking after the kids are in bed, can greatly enhance the quality of communication. Cultural or individual differences. People have diverse communication styles influenced by culture or personality. Some individuals are very direct, others beat around the bush. Some cultures consider raising one's voice normal in a debate, others find it extremely rude. Recognizing these differences helps you not take things personally and adjust when needed. For example, if your friend tends to be quieter about their feelings, you might need to gently invite them to share and not assume their silence means lack of care. If your colleague comes from a background where being very frank is valued, try not to be immediately offended by their straightforward feedback. They might not mean it personally. Effective communicators learn to bridge these differences by finding common ground and understanding where others are coming from. Using empathy and validation. We touched on empathy and listening, but it deserves emphasis as a communication tool. Empathy is not exactly the same as agreeing with someone. It's about acknowledging their perspective and feelings as valid, even if you have a different viewpoint. Using empathy and validation in communication sounds like, "I understand why you're feeling overwhelmed. You have so much on your plate at work. It makes sense that you're upset. I know how important that project was to you. I can see this situation is really frustrating for you." Validating another person's feelings doesn't mean you are taking blame or saying their reaction is the only logical one. It simply shows that you recognize their emotional reality. Often, just feeling understood diffuses a lot of tension. For example, if a friend is angry with you for canceling plans, a validating response might be, "I get that you're angry I canceled last minute. I would be upset too if I were in your shoes, because our plans are important to me as well." Compare that to a defensive response like, "It's not a big deal. Why are you so angry? I had something come up you should understand." The validating approach invites empathy in return. Your friend might soften and say, "Yeah, I just felt disappointed. I know you didn't do it on purpose." From there, it's much easier to have a constructive conversation or apologize and plan another get-together. The defensive approach, in contrast, would likely escalate the conflict. Empathic communication also involves gentle feedback rather than harsh criticism. If you need to point out a problem, say a coworker made a mistake on a report, doing so with understanding can make a huge difference. For instance, "I know that was a really tight deadline and a lot of data to handle. I did notice a few errors in the report though. Let's go through them together. Maybe we can find ways to manage the workload so it's not so rushed in the future." This feedback acknowledges the difficulty of the task and offers help rather than attacking the person's competence. Adapting communication to context. While the core principles of good communication remain the same, You might adapt your approach depending on who you're talking to. With romantic partners, communication often needs to delve into emotional topics and daily logistics alike, maintaining a habit of checking in with each other, e.g., how was your day really? Or, is everything okay between us regarding that argument yesterday? Keeps small issues from festering. It's also important to communicate positive feelings, expressing love, appreciation, and attraction, not just problems. With children, communication has to be age appropriate. With young kids, getting down to their eye level, using simple words, and being patient as they find words for their feelings is key. With teenagers who crave autonomy, it might be more about listening without immediate judgment and asking open-ended questions. Across all ages, modeling good communication, like apologizing when you're wrong or calmly explaining your feelings, teaches children by example. With friends, informal and fun communication is the norm, but that doesn't mean issues never arise. If a friend hurts your feelings or vice versa, having an honest but kind conversation can save the friendship. Communicating expectations is also important. For example, some friends talk daily, others are fine catching up monthly. Misaligned expectations can cause misunderstandings, so talking about what the friendship means, e.g., even if we don't talk often, I value you and am here for you, can be reassuring. With coworkers or bosses, professionalism comes into play. Clear, concise communication is appreciated at work. It's often good to confirm understanding in writing for complex tasks, like sending a follow-up email summarizing a meeting. Respectful tone is crucial. Even if you're friendly with colleagues, maintain politeness. Also, since workplaces can have hierarchies, assertive communication helps ensure your voice is heard without overstepping. For instance, if you have an idea or concern, phrase it constructively. I have a suggestion that might improve our process. Would now be a good time to share it? We will cover some of these specific contexts in later chapters, but remember that at the heart of it, people everywhere generally respond well to being listened to, respected, and understood. Practical exercises and tips, improving communication. The listening swap. With a partner or friend, set a timer for 3 minutes. One person speaks on a topic, perhaps how their week has been or an issue on their mind, while the other practices active listening, no interruptions, just encouraging nods or uh-huh. When the time's up, the listener summarizes what they heard, so you felt X about Y and you're hoping Z, then switch roles. After both have spoken, discuss how it felt to be deeply listened to and to listen without speaking. This exercise builds patience and shows the value of giving someone undivided attention. Use I statements for a day. Consciously start your sentences with I when expressing feelings or wants, especially in tense situations. For example, if something goes wrong, instead of saying you messed this up, try I'm frustrated that this didn't go as expected. It might feel a bit awkward at first, but notice if the reactions you get are different. Usually you'll see less defensiveness from others. Validate and empathize practice. Next time someone, spouse, friend, child, shares a worry or complaint, respond first with empathy before anything else. You might be tempted to give advice or explain your side, but first say something validating like, wow, that situation sounds tough, or I understand why you feel that way. Pay attention to how the person responds. Often they will relax or open up more. This practice can gradually make empathetic responding your default reaction. Nonverbal awareness. Spend a day being more mindful of nonverbal signals. Notice your posture, your facial expressions during conversations, and even how you're breathing. If you find yourself crossing your arms or clenching your jaw in a talk, consciously relax. Additionally, try to read the nonverbal cues of people you interact with. Is your coworker quieter than usual in the meeting? Does your partner sigh when you mention a certain topic? These clues can prompt you to gently ask, you seem a bit down, is everything okay? Such questions can lead to important conversations that otherwise might be missed. Clear communication check. The next time you give someone information or a request at home or work, Check for clarity by asking them to repeat it back or by observing the outcome. If there was confusion or the result wasn't what you expected, use it as a learning opportunity to see how you could have communicated more clearly. Maybe you needed to be more specific or to ensure the other person was not preoccupied when you spoke. Over time, these check-ins will make you a more effective, clear communicator. By committing to these practices and being mindful of how you communicate, you will likely notice gradual improvements in your interactions. Better communication can lead to fewer arguments, more productive discussions, and deeper connections with the people in your life. In the next chapter, we will build on this foundation by examining trust and honesty, qualities that, alongside good communication, form the bedrock of any strong relationship. Chapter 3: Building Trust and Honesty. If communication is the bloodstream of relationships, trust is the heart. Trust is the confidence that we can rely on someone, that they genuinely care about us, and that they will act in our best interests. It allows us to feel safe and secure, whether we're confiding a secret to a friend, delegating a task to a colleague, or sharing our life with a romantic partner. Honesty is tightly interwoven with trust. Being truthful and transparent is how we show we are worthy of trust. In this chapter, we explore how trust is built, maintained, broken, and repaired across different types of relationships. Why trust matters. When trust is strong in a relationship, it creates a sense of stability and peace of mind. You don't have to second guess the other person's motives or actions. For example, in a trusting romantic relationship, partners feel secure that they can be apart and still remain faithful and supportive of each other. They believe what the other says and can allow themselves to be vulnerable, knowing their partner won't intentionally hurt or betray them. In a trusting friendship, friends know that their confidences will be kept. If you tell a close friend about a personal struggle, you trust that it won't become gossip. You also trust that your friend cares about your well-being. If they give advice or feedback, you know it's coming from a good place. In a trusting family environment, children trust that their parents will take care of them, and parents trust their kids, gradually more as they grow, to make good decisions. Siblings trust each other for honest opinions and loyalty. Family members ideally are a safety net for one another because of established trust. In a trusting professional setting, colleagues trust that each team member will do their part and meet deadlines. They trust their managers to be fair and to communicate honestly about performance. Trust in leadership and teammates leads to better collaboration and less stress. You're not constantly worrying about being undermined or deceived. Trust contributes to emotional safety. When you trust someone, you can relax in their presence. You can share your dreams and fears without fear of ridicule. You can give them freedom and space because you're not plagued by suspicion. Decisions can be made more easily since you trust each other's judgment and intentions. On the flip side, lack of trust is exhausting. If you don't trust a person, you might constantly monitor or check up on them, feel anxiety when you're not around them, or hesitate to open up. Lack of trust often breeds conflict. For instance, partners might fight over suspected infidelities or hidden spending if trust is low, even if nothing bad actually happened, simply because one partner feels insecure. In workplaces, a lack of trust can result in micromanagement, duplication of work because people don't trust others to do it right, and a toxic atmosphere of suspicion. How trust is built. Trust doesn't appear instantly. It accumulates over time through consistent positive experiences. Here are some fundamental ways trust is built in relationships. Consistency and reliability. Doing what you say you will do consistently is perhaps the most powerful way to build trust. If you promise you'll pick up the kids from school, or meet a friend at a certain time, or deliver a project by Friday, follow through. Each kept promise or fulfilled commitment is like a deposit in the trust bank account. Over time, these deposits add up and the other person comes to rely on you. Reliability also means being there in a broader sense, showing up in both the good times and bad. For example, a friend consistently checking in during rough times, or a partner reliably defending you in your absence, strongly reinforces trust. Honesty and transparency. Honest communication, sharing how you feel, admitting when you don't know something or when you've made a mistake, shows the other person that you prefer truth over deceit, even when truth is uncomfortable. Transparency includes volunteering information rather than hiding it. In a romantic relationship, being transparent might mean being open about your day, your finances, or friendships with others, rather than keeping aspects of your life in secrecy. In a professional context, transparency could mean telling your boss early when a project is running into a problem, rather than quietly covering it up. When people witness that you choose honesty consistently, they learn that they can trust what you say. Emotional support and loyalty. Trust deepens when you prove that you have someone's back, standing up for a friend if others gossip about them, or keeping private what a friend or family member shares with you demonstrates loyalty. Over time, the person trusts that you won't betray them. Similarly, showing empathy and support, for example, visiting a friend when they're ill or encouraging your spouse when they're nervous about a new job, shows that you're committed to their well-being. This fosters the belief that you are a reliable source of comfort and help, further cementing trust. Sharing vulnerability. Interestingly, trust is a two-way street and can be built when one person takes the risk of being vulnerable and the other responds with care. If you confide something personal, like a fear, a past mistake, or a secret dream, to someone and they respond supportively, you feel you can trust them more. Likewise, when someone entrusts you with their vulnerability and you handle it gently, no judgment, keeping confidentiality, they in turn trust you more. This mutual exchange of vulnerability, often seen in close friendships and romantic relationships, creates a strong bond of trust. It's like saying, I trust you with this part of me, and the other person proving that trust was well placed. Time and experience. Simply put, trust often requires time. You might trust a new acquaintance to a certain extent based on initial impressions, but deep trust, the kind where you might loan them a large sum of money or let them watch your children, usually forms after you've known them through various situations. With time, you see how they handle anger, how they treat others, whether they gossip, how they cope with stress, etc. Every experience is data. Did they lie to someone else? They might lie to you. Did they keep your secret even when it was difficult? They are trustworthy. This is why the oldest friendships often carry a comfortable trust. You've seen each other through decades of life's ups and downs. Building trust is an active process. It involves choices, like the choice to be honest, the choice to show up for someone, the choice to keep confidences. It's helpful to reflect on your own behavior in relationships. What might you do to signal to others that you are trustworthy? Likewise, consider what signals you look for in trusting others. The role of honesty. Honesty is a clear, straightforward concept, telling the truth and being authentic. However, in practice, it can sometimes be challenging. People might avoid honesty out of fear of conflict or hurting someone's feelings, or to avoid consequences of a mistake. Yet when honesty is compromised, trust is usually the casualty. Some aspects of honesty to consider. Truthfulness. This means not lying or deceiving. Lies, even small ones, erode trust if discovered. Even a small lie, I didn't eat the last cookie when you did, or I was late because of traffic when you actually overslept, once discovered plants a seed of doubt. If they lied about that, what else might they lie about? Frequent or significant deception can completely shatter trust. The person you lied to might feel they no longer know what's true. In some cases, one lie leads to a cascade of lies to cover it up, which can do even more damage if and when the truth finally emerges. Integrity. Honesty isn't just about spoken words. It's also about living in a way that aligns with your values, being the same person in private and in public. This consistency gives people confidence in who you are. For example, if your friends know you as kind and respectful, but then see you treat a waiter rudely, it raises questions about your authenticity. Maintaining integrity, doing the right thing even when no one is watching, contributes enormously to how much trust others place in you. Openness. This is a form of honesty where you voluntarily share relevant information. In a family, openness could mean parents being honest. in an age-appropriate way about things that affect the family, such as moving cities or financial changes, so that children feel included and trust their parents to tell them the truth. Among colleagues, openness might involve sharing knowledge and not hoarding information as power. In friendships and romance, openness means communicating about feelings and life events, not keeping major secrets. It doesn't mean you have to share every passing thought. Everyone is entitled to privacy and not every thought is constructive to share. But it does mean not hiding something that the other person has a right to know or would reasonably expect you to share in a close relationship. Honesty needs to be balanced with tact and compassion. Being brutally honest can sometimes do more harm than good. For example, if a friend asks for your opinion on something sensitive like their performance in a competition or how they handled a situation, you should certainly be honest but also kind. Instead of, "Yeah, you really messed that up," you could say, "I could tell you were nervous and it affected your performance. Perhaps next time you could practice a bit more or try a relaxation technique beforehand." You're conveying the truth as you see it, but also supporting them and focusing on improvement rather than just pointing out flaws. Keeping and breaching trust. What can go wrong? Understanding what strengthens trust also helps highlight what can break it. Betrayal. This is one of the most damaging breaches of trust. Betrayal can take many forms. Infidelity in a romantic relationship, revealing a friend's secret, taking credit for someone else's work, or siding with others against a family member. The essence of betrayal is that the person feels you acted against their interest after they believed you were on their side. It creates a deep wound because it violates the fundamental expectation of loyalty in a close relationship. Lies and deception. As discussed, when a lie is uncovered, it often overshadows the content of whatever was lied about. Even a small lie, like the cookie or traffic example once discovered, plants doubt about what else might not be true. Repeated or significant deception can completely shatter trust, often requiring a very long time and consistent change to rebuild, if both choose to try. It's almost always better to own up to difficult truths than to be caught in a lie later. Trust can often survive mistakes, but not deliberate deception. Failure to keep commitments. Repeatedly breaking promises or failing to do what you said you would do erodes trust steadily. For instance, if you consistently cancel plans with a friend or habitually miss deadlines at work despite assurances, people learn that your word isn't reliable. They might begin to exclude you from certain things or not rely on you for important tasks. Even in parenting, if a parent constantly promises things, "I'll come to your game, we'll go fishing this weekend," and doesn't follow through, children learn not to trust those promises, and it can affect the parent-child bond. Violation of boundaries. Trust can also be broken when personal boundaries are not respected. For example, if you confided in a family member that you are not ready to share some news with the whole family yet, but they announce it anyway, that boundary violation breaks trust. Or if a partner knows you have an insecurity about something and then uses it against you in an argument, that's a breach of the trust that they will handle your vulnerabilities with care. Lack of support or abandonment. In times of need, if someone you trust deeply fails to show up for you, it can crack the trust. Say you consider someone your best friend, but when you were in the hospital or going through a major crisis they were nowhere to be found. You may feel betrayed or that your trust was misplaced in counting on them. Sometimes life circumstances prevent people from being there, but repeated patterns of not being supportive can teach you that you can't depend on that person. It's worth noting that sometimes trust is broken unintentionally. One person might not realize the importance of something to the other. For example, sharing a small secret they didn't realize was a big deal, or forgetting a promise because they were overwhelmed. However, from the perspective of the hurt party, the effect is similar. They feel let down or deceived. Intentions do matter, but so do outcomes. It's important in relationships to communicate about these breaches. If your trust was broken, explaining to the person why it hurt you is critical. They might genuinely not understand the impact of their action. And if you're the one who broke trust inadvertently, being aware of it and addressing it promptly can sometimes stop the erosion from getting worse. Rebuilding trust after it's broken. One of the hardest relationship challenges is rebuilding trust that has been broken. The good news is that it is often possible, but it requires sincere effort, time, and patience from all parties involved. Here are key steps and principles in regaining trust. Acknowledge and apologize. The person who broke the trust needs to fully acknowledge what happened and take responsibility. A genuine apology is crucial. This means no defensiveness, no minimizing, and no shifting blame. For example, saying, "I'm deeply sorry that I lied to you about that. I betrayed your trust, and I know I hurt you. There's no excuse for what I did," is a clear apology. A weak apology like, "I'm sorry you got upset by what I did, but things were complicated," is likely to hinder rebuilding because it doesn't show true ownership of the wrongdoing. Open communication and transparency. After a breach, the person who is dishonest or unfaithful should be prepared to be an open book for a while. This might involve answering uncomfortable questions and being more transparent than usual. For instance, if trust was broken in a marriage due to infidelity, the unfaithful partner may need to be very open about their whereabouts, who they are communicating with, and so forth, to help the hurt partner feel safe again. If an employee broke trust by mishandling something, they might need to report more frequently to their supervisor for a time. Transparency helps because it starts to prove through actions that there is nothing more to hide. Consistent corrective action. Words alone won't rebuild trust. Consistent actions over time are needed. If you apologize but then repeat the behavior, trust will plummet further. Instead, you must demonstrate change. For example, after breaking trust, you might establish new habits or boundaries to prevent a repeat. If you lost a friend's trust by frequently canceling plans, you might commit to a period where you never cancel and always show up as promised, even if it's inconvenient, to show them they can count on you. If you broke your partner's trust by hiding financial problems, you might start sharing all financial info openly and set up a system to manage money together. Patience and empathy. Rebuilding trust often takes longer than we want. The person who was hurt may be suspicious or distant for some time. It's important for both to be patient. The hurt person should see that the other is truly trying and allow some room for improvement, and the person who broke trust needs to tolerate that they will face some skepticism and emotional ups and downs from the hurt party. It's normal during trust recovery to have good days and bad days. From the perspective of the person working to rebuild trust, it's key not to get defensive when the other expresses hurt or doubt, even weeks or months later. Empathy is critical. Understand that your actions caused pain, and that pain takes time to heal. Responding with compassion like, "I know you're still hurting and I'm here to answer your questions," or "just be with you," will help more than, "I already said I'm sorry, why aren't you over it yet?" Consistent support and demonstrations of love respect. After a breach, it helps to over-communicate positive messages. Tell and show the person that you appreciate them, that you are grateful they are giving you a chance to rebuild trust, and that you are committed to the relationship. Small gestures can reassure them of your intentions. For example, writing a note expressing your commitment or going out of your way to do something thoughtful for them can provide emotional assurance. Set and respect. New boundaries. Often after trust is broken, couples or friends or coworkers set new guidelines to prevent future issues. For example, a couple might agree to share phone passwords, or a betrayed friend might say, "I need you not to talk about my personal life with X person moving forward." It's important that these new boundaries are respected meticulously. Think of it as a second chance. You've been given the rules for how to handle things better, and following those rules proves that you're serious about rebuilding trust. Rebuilding trust is essentially about showing through deeds and words that you are trustworthy over and over again. It may feel like proving yourself, and in a way it is. The reward, if both people are invested, is that the relationship can not only recover, but sometimes even become stronger than before, because both people have learned a great deal about each other and about what went wrong. It's worth noting, however, that not all relationships recover from major trust breaches, and that's okay in some cases. If someone repeatedly or egregiously breaks your trust without genuine remorse or change, it may be healthiest to step back from that relationship. For instance, if a friend repeatedly shares your secrets after multiple chances, you may decide to distance yourself. Or if a romantic partner cheats again and again despite promises, you may need to consider ending the relationship for your own well-being. Trust is precious, and while forgiveness is virtuous, you are not obligated to indefinitely stay in a situation where trust is routinely abused. The upcoming chapters on boundaries and on different relationship contexts will delve further into knowing when to maintain or when to reconsider a relationship. Cultivating trust in everyday life. Even if trust hasn't been damaged, there are things you can do daily to strengthen trust proactively. Be a person of your word. This means aligning your actions with your words in all aspects, big or small. If you say you'll join your friend for a morning jog, show up. If you promise your child you'll play with them after dinner, do it. Becoming reliable in small things makes you reliable in the big things. Share something meaningful. Take opportunities to deepen trust by being a bit vulnerable. Maybe tell your sibling about a fear you have, or ask your spouse for help with something you usually handle alone but find challenging. When they respond positively, acknowledge it. Thank you for listening. It means a lot. Such moments build a history of trust because they prove your loved one wants to be there for you. Trust others with tasks or information. Sometimes building trust means giving it. For example, delegating an important task to a colleague shows you trust them, and this often encourages them to rise to the occasion. People generally don't want to betray given trust. Telling a friend, "I know I can count on you, so I'm asking this favor," lets them know you trust them, which most people will honor. Practice openness in communication. Keep communication channels open. If you're unsure about something in the relationship, discuss it rather than letting doubts fester. Similarly, invite the other person to share by asking, "How are you feeling about this?" Or, "Is there anything you want me to know or anything I can do better?" This signals that you're not hiding and you value transparency. Show up in tough times. It's easy to be there for the parties and fun stuff, but being there when someone is struggling is when trust grows exponentially. If a friend is grieving a loss, regularly check in or offer specific help. "I'm bringing you dinner tomorrow." If your coworker is swamped, offer to help out if you can. These acts become part of the foundation of trust because they prove your loyalty and care. Practical exercises and tips building trust. The trust bank. Exercise. Think of trust as an emotional bank account between you and another person. For 1 week, try to make as many deposits into that account as possible. Deposits can be things like doing a favor without being asked, following through on a promise exactly as pledged, being on time, sharing a kind or appreciative word, showing you notice and value them, or confiding something personal. At the end of the week, reflect on how these actions affected the dynamic between you. You might even notice the other person responding with more warmth or trust towards you. This exercise raises your awareness of how everyday actions affect trust. Small promises kept. Deliberately make a small promise to someone each day and keep it. It could be, "I'll email you that article we talked about," or "I'll call you at 7 p.m. Choose things you know you can do and then ensure you do them. This practice sharpens your reliability. If you find you have trouble remembering, it teaches you to not overpromise and to use tools like reminders to keep your word. The people around you will notice when you consistently follow through, even on little things. Honesty hour. Pick a time with a close partner or friend to have an honesty hour. A space where you both are invited to gently speak any truths you might be holding back, with kindness and respect. It could be expressing a need, clearing up a small resentment, or simply sharing feelings you haven't voiced. Both of you should agree that the goal is understanding and trust building, not to attack. For example, one might say, "I want to be honest that when we cancel plans last minute, it disappoints me because I look forward to our time together." The other can respond and discuss. By putting these things on the table, you prevent them from corroding trust in the background and you practice being open. Apology and forgiveness. Practice. If you realize you've made a mistake, even a minor one. Maybe you snapped at your partner or forgot to do something you said you would. Practice apologizing promptly and sincerely. Don't wait for the other to bring it up. This shows accountability and care. On the flip side, practice forgiveness for minor transgressions when the other apologizes or corrects it. For example, if your friend is a bit late but generally reliable, accept their apology and let it go. This mutual practice of apology and forgiveness keeps the trust account from draining over small issues and prepares you both to handle bigger ones with grace. Journaling on trust. Take a notebook and reflect on one relationship where you'd like to deepen trust. Write down, what actions does the other person take that build your trust? What actions do they take that challenge it? Then flip it. What do you do that might build or undermine their trust in you? This reflection can be eye-opening. You might realize, for example, that you trust your friend because they always listen, and you aim to do the same, but you may undermine their trust when you get distracted on your phone during conversations. Identifying these aspects gives you a roadmap of what to continue and what to change. Trust and honesty form a virtuous cycle in relationships. The more honest and reliable we are, the more trust grows. The more we trust, the more open and enriching the relationship becomes. By actively nurturing trust, you create relationships that can weather conflicts, distance, and time because they're built on a solid foundation. In the next chapter, we will discuss boundaries, which at first glance might seem like the opposite of closeness, but are in fact another crucial ingredient for healthy, trusting relationships. Chapter 4. Establishing Healthy Boundaries. In any relationship, boundaries are like invisible lines that define where one person ends and the other begins. They outline what behavior is acceptable and what isn't, based on each person's comfort level and values. Healthy boundaries are essential because they protect your well-being while also allowing relationships to flourish in a balanced way. Without boundaries, one might feel taken advantage of, unheard, or overwhelmed. With overly rigid boundaries, one might feel isolated or disconnected. In this chapter, we'll explore what boundaries are, why they matter, and how to set and respect boundaries for healthier, more respectful relationships. Understanding boundaries. A boundary is essentially a limit or rule you set for how others can treat you or how you will behave. Think of boundaries as the guidelines you create to ensure you feel safe and respected in a relationship. Boundaries can be physical boundaries. These relate to your personal space and physical touch. For example, some people are comfortable with hugs from friends. Others prefer handshakes or no touching except with very close individuals. Physical boundaries also include your possessions and personal space. You might be okay with family borrowing your car, or you might not. That's a boundary. Emotional boundaries. These involve your feelings and thoughts. Emotional boundaries might include not accepting someone speaking to you in a certain tone, e.g. yelling or name-calling crosses a line, or deciding what personal topics you prefer to keep private, like deciding not to share details of your love life with coworkers. Time boundaries. Your time is a valuable resource, and boundaries help manage it. This could mean not tolerating friends who constantly show up late or cancel last minute, or telling your boss you cannot regularly work late nights because you have family commitments. It's about protecting time for yourself and your priorities. Mental boundaries. These involve your thoughts, opinions, and values. Healthy mental boundaries mean you allow yourself to have your own beliefs and others to have theirs. You don't internalize or take on someone else's opinion as your own out of pressure. For instance, in a respectful debate, you maintain your stance but also respect the other's right to disagree. Digital boundaries. In the age of smartphones and social media, this is increasingly important. Digital boundaries might include not responding to work emails on personal time, or deciding how much you share about your relationship online, or asking a friend not to post photos of you without permission. Boundaries vary widely from person to person and can be influenced by culture, upbringing, and personal comfort. For example, in some cultures it's normal to drop by someone's house unannounced, seen as friendly, while in others that's considered an intrusion, and people expect a heads up. Neither is right or wrong universally. What matters is what's comfortable for you and negotiating that with those around you. Having boundaries does not mean you love or care for someone any less. In fact, clear boundaries make love and friendship possible without resentment. Boundaries are there to delineate expectations and ensure mutual respect. Think of two neighboring houses. A fence or marked property line doesn't make the neighbors enemies. It simply clarifies what belongs to whom, so they don't accidentally step on each other's toes, or lawns in this case. In the same way, personal boundaries clarify, this is my area of comfort. Please don't encroach on it without permission. Why boundaries are crucial. Without healthy boundaries, relationships can become strained or even toxic. Here's why boundaries are so important. Preventing resentment. If you consistently go along with things you're not comfortable with because you haven't set boundaries or voiced your limits, you will likely develop resentment over time. For example, imagine you have a friend who frequently asks for favors, and even if it's inconvenient, you always say yes to be accommodating. If you never set a boundary, one day you might find yourself feeling used or burned out, which can sour the friendship. Boundaries allow you to say no when you need to, which ultimately preserves the relationship by keeping resentment at bay. Protecting well-being. Boundaries act as safeguards for your mental and emotional health. A classic example is work-life boundaries. If you don't set any boundary, you might end up working all night, sacrificing sleep and family time, leading to burnout and irritability. By setting a boundary like I do not answer work calls after 7 p.m., you protect your personal time and energy, which actually makes you more rested and present when you are working or interacting with loved ones. Maintaining identity and autonomy. Especially in close relationships, boundaries ensure that you don't lose your sense of self. Two partners in love might share many things, but each still needs some personal space, whether that's a hobby of their own, time with their own friends, or simply the freedom to think and feel independently. Boundaries say, I am me, and you are you, and we can be together without one of us dissolving into the other. This is important for long-term harmony. Ironically, too much enmeshment, no boundaries, can lead to feeling smothered and wanting to pull away. Enhancing mutual respect. When you set a boundary and someone respects it, you feel respected and trusting of that person. Conversely, when you respect someone else's stated boundary, you show that you care about their comfort and dignity. For instance, if your colleague says, I really prefer to be called by my full name, Alexander, at work, and you honor that rather than using a nickname, you validate his boundary. These small acts of respect build trust and positive regard. Clarity in relationships. Boundaries remove ambiguity. In a dating relationship, boundaries define what each person is comfortable with at various stages: physical affection, exclusivity, etc. In a professional setting, boundaries clarify roles and responsibilities. Maybe, please direct urgent calls to my assistant when I'm on leave. Clarity prevents misunderstandings and the conflict that can ensue from them. It's important to note that boundaries are personal. What feels like a boundary violation to one person might be perfectly fine to another. One friend might be okay with you looking through their photo gallery on their phone. Another might feel that's private and would be upset. Thus, a big part of boundary setting is communication. We can't expect people to know our boundaries by telepathy. Recognizing and defining your own boundaries. Before you can tell others what your boundaries are, you need to recognize them yourself. This involves self-awareness. Pay attention to your feelings. Common signs that a boundary of yours is being violated include feelings of discomfort, resentment, or guilt. For example, if every time you lend your sister money you feel resentful and taken advantage of, that's a clue that a financial boundary needs to be set. Or if a coworker's jokes at your expense make you feel embarrassed and upset, that indicates a boundary issue with respect to our humor. Reflect on past experiences. Think of times when you felt someone crossed a line with you. What was the situation? What would have made it better? Sometimes looking back can clarify things. Maybe you realize, I felt really upset when my friend kept interrupting me in group conversations. I guess I have a boundary around being listened to, and it bothers me when it's crossed. Know your values and priorities. Boundaries often align with what you value. If you value family time highly, you might have strong boundaries about not working on weekends. If you value honesty, you might have a boundary that you won't tolerate habitual lying from a partner or friend. Identify your non-negotiables. These are boundaries that are absolutely essential for you. They might include deal breakers like, I will not stay in a romantic relationship with someone who hits me or calls me abusive names, or I won't tolerate racism or bigotry from friends. Knowing these helps you enforce them firmly because they're tied to your core principles or safety. Once you're clearer on your boundaries, you can articulate them. Sometimes it helps to jot them down or even practice saying them. For example, if you struggle to say no in the moment, you might practice a phrase like, I'd love to help, but I won't be able to do that favor this time. Practicing boundary language when you're calm can make it easier to recall and use when you're under pressure. Communicating boundaries clearly. Setting a boundary often involves a conversation. It can feel intimidating to assert your needs, especially if you're not used to it, or if you fear disappointing someone. However, communicating boundaries is an act of respect for both yourself and the other person. It gives them guidance on how to have a positive relationship with you. Here are tips for those conversations. Be direct and specific. Try not to beat around the bush or expect hints to suffice. State the boundary in clear terms. For instance, I prefer that we call before coming to each other's houses rather than dropping by unannounced is clear. Avoiding it by just getting annoyed each time they drop by won't solve it. It can help to use first-person statements to keep it about your needs. I need some quiet time after work, so I won't be available to talk on the phone until after 7 p.m. I hope you understand. Choose the right moment. Don't blurt out boundary requests in the heat of anger if possible. If someone just did something that upset you, it's fine to address it in the moment, but try to do so calmly. Alternatively, you can wait until a neutral or calm time. For example, it might be more effective to discuss social media boundaries with your spouse while relaxing at home, rather than in the middle of an event where they just posted something you didn't want posted. The person will likely be more receptive when they don't feel ambushed or defensive. Use a calm and polite tone. Setting a boundary is simply communicating your needs, not issuing an ultimatum in most cases. So you can be firm yet polite. You might say, I appreciate your interest, but I'm not comfortable discussing my medical history. I hope you can respect that. There's no need to over-apologize for setting a boundary. You have the right to it. But being courteous helps the other person hear you without feeling attacked. For instance, instead of shouting at a friend who's late, you could say, Hey, I want to mention something. When I'm left waiting for 30 minutes, I start to feel like my time isn't valued. In the future, could you let me know if you're running late? Or perhaps we plan for a later meeting time. That would mean a lot to me. Stick to the boundary once stated. Consistency is important. If you set a boundary but then frequently cave on it, others will become confused or learn that they can ignore it. It's okay to be flexible occasionally, but if a boundary is repeatedly crossed and you brush it off every time until you explode later, that's not effective boundary setting. For example, if you told your brother he needs to call before coming over, but he keeps showing up and you always let him in without mentioning it, you're sending a mixed message. The next time he arrives without calling, you might remind him at the door, Bro, I'd appreciate if you call first, as we discussed. Today I can't have you come in because I'm in the middle of something. Let's catch up later. Enforcing a boundary might feel uncomfortable in the short term, but it reinforces that you meant what you said. Expect some discomfort or pushback. Not everyone will immediately be happy with your boundaries, especially if they've gotten used to you having none or very loose ones. That's okay. Some people might test the boundary, ignore it at first, or even feel hurt that things are changing. For example, if you always answered calls at any hour and suddenly you don't after 9 p.m., a friend might initially say, Hey, you're screening my calls, what gives? The key is to hold steady and perhaps gently reiterate, I've started unplugging at 9 p.m. to get better sleep and personal time. I'll get back to you in the morning, okay? Most reasonable people will come to accept and respect your boundaries even if it takes a little adjustment period. If someone is repeatedly disrespectful of your clearly stated boundaries, that's a red flag we'll discuss soon. Respecting others' boundaries. Healthy relationships aren't just about asserting your own boundaries. They're equally about respecting the boundaries of others. When someone communicates a limit to you, honor it. Here are some considerations. Listen and acknowledge. If your friend says, "I really don't like joking about my weight," take that seriously. Acknowledge it. I hear you. Thanks for telling me. I won't make those jokes. This shows you value their comfort. Do not dismiss or argue against their boundary, e.g., "Oh, come on, don't be so sensitive." Even if you wouldn't be bothered by the same thing, everyone is different. Respect that difference. Don't take it personally. When someone sets a boundary, they are taking care of their own needs. It doesn't mean you've necessarily done something wrong or that they dislike you. A colleague who says, "I can't chat during lunch because I need some alone time to recharge," isn't rejecting you. They're honoring their introvert need for downtime. Try to be glad that the person trusts you enough to be clear about their needs rather than silently harboring discomfort or resentment. Ask when unsure. If you're not sure about someone's boundaries, it's okay to ask in a considerate way. For instance, "Are you comfortable discussing this, or would you rather not?" Or, "Let me know if this is okay. I was thinking of inviting you and your ex, who is also my friend, to the same party, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable." Such questions show you care about their feelings. People usually appreciate when others are mindful of boundaries. Accept no gracefully. If you invite someone to do something and they say no, or give a boundary-related answer like, "Sorry, I can't. I need some downtime," resist the urge to pressure them or guilt-trip them. Pushing against a boundary, "Oh, why not? Don't be like that, just come," can feel disrespectful. Accepting their no-shows, you respect their autonomy. This goes for any kind of boundary. If a partner is not comfortable with a certain kind of humor or physical affection in public, don't try to cajole or force them. Adjust your behavior and find common ground that works for both. Follow through even if it's inconvenient. Sometimes someone's boundary might cause you a little extra effort or minor disappointment, but respecting it is key to maintaining trust. If your friend says she doesn't want calls after 10 p.m. and you're feeling lonely at 11 p.m., resist calling her because "this one time I really need to talk." Instead, maybe text that you hope to speak tomorrow, or call another friend who doesn't mind late calls. Or if it's an emergency, at least start by texting, "Are you awake? I really need to talk," to see if she's available. Blatantly stepping over a boundary when it suits you is a quick way to damage the relationship. When everyone's boundaries are respected, relationships actually become more relaxed. Each person knows they can be themselves and speak up if something's not okay, which eliminates a lot of guesswork and hidden resentment. Navigating boundary challenges. It's one thing to understand boundaries in theory, and another to navigate them in real life where feelings and social pressures play a role. Some common boundary-related challenges include guilt or fear when setting boundaries. You might worry that setting a boundary will upset the other person or that they'll think you don't care about them. For example, a parent might feel guilty setting a boundary with their own parent, the child's grandparent, about how much candy is allowed, fearing they'll be seen as the bad guy. It's important to remember that setting a boundary is actually a healthy act of care for the relationship. You can cushion boundaries with kindness. "I really value our time together and I want to make sure we both are comfortable, so I need to say," but ultimately, sticking to your boundaries, even if it causes a little friction, is often better than ignoring them and letting anger or discomfort quietly grow. People who resist boundaries. Some people in your life might not take your boundaries well. They may try to test them. "I know you said no visitors after 8, but I figured I'd try anyway, haha." Or they might be upset. "You've changed. You used to always be available." In these cases, stay calm and consistent. Re-explain if needed. "Yes, I did used to be more available, but I realized I was stretching myself thin. It's important for me to have downtime now, so that's why I set that boundary." Over time, most will adjust. If someone consistently ignores or disrespects your boundaries, you may need to impose consequences or reevaluate the closeness of that relationship. For instance, if a friend keeps showing up uninvited even after talks, you might stop answering the door or meet them less often until they get the message. Adjusting boundaries over time. Boundaries aren't static. Life changes and relationships evolve, and so can your boundaries. When you have a new baby, your tolerance for surprise visits might drop to 0 because your schedule is crazy. So you set a firmer boundary with friends or family for that period. If you get closer to someone, you might allow more leeway on certain boundaries. E.g., a close friend can stop by unannounced because you're comfortable enough with them raiding your fridge. Communication is key whenever boundaries shift. Let people know what's changing. Now that I'm working from home, I need a bit more quiet time in the evenings, so I might not be on chat as much. Cultural and family boundary differences. You might come from a family or culture where boundaries weren't really a thing. Say, everyone shared everything, or elders expected certain privileges. This can make boundary setting tricky because it can feel like you're breaking norms or traditions. If it's important for your well-being, try to explain lovingly. For instance, if your parents expect to be involved in every decision even now that you're an adult, you could gently say, "I value your advice so much. At the same time, I need to make some decisions on my own now. I'll always inform you about major changes, but I hope you can trust me to handle some things in my own way." They might not love it, but asserting that boundary helps you establish independence. Over time, families often find a new equilibrium. Practical exercises and tips. Setting healthy boundaries. Boundary inventory. Take a notebook and write down a few key areas of your life, e.g., work, family, friendships, romantic, personal time. For each, jot what boundaries you currently have or think you should have. For example, under work you might write, "I won't check email on Sunday," or under family, "I prefer relatives call before visiting." Identify at least one boundary you feel needs strengthening. Then plan how you will communicate it. Writing it down can help solidify your resolve. Practice saying no gracefully. If you're a people pleaser who struggles to say no, try this exercise. Pick a low-stakes situation and say no. It could be as simple as declining an invitation to a minor event or not taking on an extra task at work you don't have capacity for. Phrase it politely but firmly, e.g., "I appreciate you thinking of me, but I'll have to pass this time." Notice that the world doesn't end. Often the fear of saying no is worse than the reality. With practice, it gets easier and people usually accept it. If they don't, remember that another person's reaction isn't a reason to abandon a healthy boundary. Role-playing a boundary setting. If you're anticipating a difficult boundary conversation, like telling a friend a topic is off limits or telling your in-laws to call before visiting, try role-playing it with someone you trust or even by yourself in the mirror. Imagine potential pushbacks and practice your response. Role-playing helps reduce anxiety by making the situation more familiar. It also helps you refine wording so you can be clear and respectful. Visualize your boundary. For a creative take, sometimes it helps to visualize boundaries physically. Close your eyes and imagine a scenario that's been draining you. Say, a friend who calls you at midnight to vent. Visualize yourself surrounded by a friendly, protective barrier, maybe a soft glow or a fence with a nice gate. In your mind, practice telling the friend your boundary. "I want to support you, but I need to sleep at midnight. Let's talk at a better time." See your protective boundary remaining intact and the friend respecting it by stepping back until the gate opens at the appropriate time. This visualization can empower you and reduce guilt as it reinforces that boundaries don't mean shutting people out completely, just at the right times or in the right ways. Check in with yourself regularly. Set a reminder maybe once a month to self-reflect on your boundaries. Ask, "Are there any places in my life where I'm feeling consistently uncomfortable or resentful?" That's a sign a boundary might need to be set or adjusted. Conversely, are there areas where I might be crossing someone else's comfort? Perhaps you notice a friend always changes the subject when you ask about their dating life, which might mean you need to back off that topic. Regular check-ins ensure boundaries keep pace with your life and prevent issues from accumulating. By incorporating boundaries into your relationships, you create a healthier environment for everyone involved. Initially, it might require some adjustments, but the payoff is lasting relationships where people feel respected, safe, and free to be themselves. With communication, trust, and boundaries laid out, we have covered many foundational tools for healthy relationships. Next, we will delve into emotional intimacy. going beyond surface interactions to build deep, meaningful connections while still honoring the boundaries that make each person feel secure. Chapter 5. Emotional Intimacy and Empathy. Beyond everyday chit-chat and routine interactions lies the deeper layer of relationships where true closeness is formed, emotional intimacy. Emotional intimacy is the feeling of being deeply connected and understood by another person. It's the confidence that you can share your inner world, your hopes, fears, dreams, and insecurities, and be met with acceptance and care. This kind of intimacy is what turns a friendship into a best friendship, a romantic partnership into a soul-deep bond, and it's even the glue that can hold families together through thick and thin. In this chapter, we explore how to cultivate emotional intimacy through empathy, vulnerability, and supportive behaviors. What is emotional intimacy? Emotional intimacy means you feel safe and comfortable to be your authentic self with someone. When you have emotional intimacy in a relationship, you trust that you can share sensitive or personal information without being judged or betrayed. Feel that the other person really gets you. They understand your quirks, values, and the nuances of your feelings. Experience a sense of closeness even when apart because there's a strong emotional bond. Can sit in silence together without awkwardness or express yourself freely without second-guessing every word. Know that during tough times, this person will be emotionally available and supportive. This level of closeness typically develops gradually as two people share experiences, conversations, and support over time. It's like peeling back layers. Early on, you might only show your polite and put-together exterior, but as intimacy grows, you reveal more. Perhaps your embarrassing stories, your oddball humor, your private worries, and you find these revelations are met with warmth, or at least understanding. Emotional intimacy is not exclusive to romantic relationships. It certainly is a hallmark of strong romantic love, but you can have profound emotional intimacy with friends, siblings, or even colleagues. For example, those comradeship bonds that form in intense work environments or military units. Whenever two people are emotionally in sync and have mutual trust and understanding, that's emotional intimacy. The role of vulnerability. A key ingredient in emotional intimacy is vulnerability, allowing yourself to be seen, warts and all. It's the courageous act of saying, "This is the real me," without the masks we often wear in public. Vulnerability might mean admitting you're scared or that you need help. It might mean telling someone how much they mean to you, risking that they might not feel exactly the same. It could be apologizing sincerely, exposing that you messed up, or acknowledging a personal flaw or past mistake. Why would anyone willingly be vulnerable when it involves risk of rejection or hurt? Because vulnerability is also the gateway to genuine connection. When you are vulnerable with someone who responds with empathy and care, a powerful trust is built. It says, "You revealed a delicate part of yourself, and instead of trampling on it, I held it gently." That exchange creates intimacy. For example, imagine two friends, Daniel and Marcus. Daniel has been feeling very depressed but fears burdening people. One day he takes the brave step of opening up to Marcus, saying he's been struggling with feelings of hopelessness. Marcus doesn't brush it off or judge. Instead, he listens, maybe gives Daniel a hug and says, "Thank you for telling me. I'm here for you, and we'll get through this together." In that moment, their friendship vaults to a new level of closeness. Daniel's willingness to be vulnerable and Marcus's compassionate response forged a stronger bond. Of course, vulnerability should be gradual and reciprocal. It's usually not wise to spill your deepest secrets to someone you just met. Emotional intimacy is built with time and proven trust. As one person shares a bit and gets a positive response, the other might feel safe to share something too, and so on. It's a dance of give and take that increases closeness step by step. If one person is always the one opening up and the other never does, the intimacy may feel one-sided. Mutual vulnerability over time is what really knits people together. It's also okay to be selective about vulnerability. Some people in your life might not have earned the right to your deepest self, and that's where boundaries come in. You might be more guarded at work, for instance, while very unguarded with your spouse or best friend. That's healthy and normal. Developing empathy and understanding. We talked about empathy and communication, but it truly shines in building emotional intimacy. Empathy is essentially the ability to feel with someone, to put yourself in their situation and emotionally understand their perspective. When someone shares vulnerably with you, responding with empathy cements intimacy. It tells them, your feelings matter to me. I'm striving to understand what you're going through. For example, if your partner says, I'm really anxious about this job interview, an empathetic response could be, I can imagine how nervous you must feel. Job interviews can be so stressful. I remember how my stomach was in knots before my last interview. I'm here for you. Let's talk through it or practice if that would help. Contrast this with a non-empathic response like, you'll be fine, don't worry about it, which, even if well-intended, might make the partner feel their anxiety is being dismissed or not understood. Empathy doesn't necessarily mean you have a solution. Often there isn't one besides listening and showing you care. There are a few ways to actively cultivate empathy in your relationships. Active curiosity. Show genuine interest in the other person's inner world. Ask open-ended questions that invite them to share more about their feelings or thoughts. How did that make you feel? Or, what has this experience been like for you? When they do share, listen with the intent to understand rather than to reply immediately. Suspend judgment. If they express something you don't personally feel or agree with, resist the urge to correct or judge. Try to see it from their perspective first. If your friend says, I'm absolutely heartbroken my colleague is leaving work, and you inwardly think, it's just a colleague, why is he so upset? Pause that thought and instead think about what that colleague might have meant to him, or how he might struggle with goodbyes. Empathy often requires realizing that everyone's emotional responses are valid in context, even if yours would differ. Validate feelings. Let them know their feelings are legitimate. Say things like, that makes sense that you feel that way given what happened, or anyone would be hurt in that situation. I totally get it. Feeling understood is a huge part of emotional intimacy. It tells the person they're not alone in their experience. Share in their joy and pain. Emotional intimacy covers the whole spectrum of emotions, not just the heavy stuff. Empathize in good times too. If your friend is excited about a promotion, feel that excitement with them. Ask them to tell you all about it. Celebrate their achievement wholeheartedly. Shared joy can be just as bonding as shared vulnerability. In fact, being sincerely happy for someone's successes, rather than envious or indifferent, is a hallmark of a deep bond. Empathy essentially says, I am emotionally available to you. When both people in a relationship offer empathy to each other, it creates a safe haven feeling that whatever the world throws at you, you have someone who understands and cares. Quality time and deepening connections. Emotional intimacy often requires spending quality time together, where meaningful interactions can occur. In busy adult life, deep conversations or bonding moments usually don't just happen spontaneously while you're both staring at your phones or rushing between appointments. It helps to be intentional. Uninterrupted one-on-one time. Set aside time where you can really focus on each other. It might be a weekly date night for a couple, a monthly coffee with your sibling, or a long phone call with a faraway friend. During that time, minimize distractions and engage in conversation that goes beyond surface updates. Ask each other thought-provoking questions or discuss how you've been feeling about life lately. Shared experiences. Doing activities together can also build intimacy, especially if they encourage teamwork or vulnerability. Going on a hike, traveling, taking a class together, or even cooking a new recipe as a team. These create memories and often spur conversations you wouldn't have otherwise. Shared laughter is a big connector too. When you have in-jokes or recall funny incidents together, it strengthens your bond. Rituals for connection. Some relationships benefit from little rituals that foster intimacy. For instance, some couples have a routine of talking about the high and low points of their day each evening. Some friends have a tradition of an annual trip or a weekly game night where they also open up about their lives. These rituals ensure that amidst life's chaos, you consistently reconnect on a deeper level. Quality time doesn't always have to be heavy talk either. Emotional intimacy can grow in comfortable silence or relaxed, silly times as well. The key is that both people are present and engaged with each other rather than multitasking or being emotionally distant. Navigating emotional intimacy in different relationships. Romantic relationships. Emotional intimacy is often seen as the bedrock of a thriving romantic relationship. It goes hand in hand with physical intimacy. Couples who feel emotionally close often find that physical affection flows more easily and is more fulfilling because there's trust and understanding. To maintain emotional intimacy and romance, communication is vital. Regularly checking in with each other's feelings, being each other's confidant, and continuing to learn about each other even after years together keeps the bond strong. Life events, like having children, career changes, or losses, can either strain or strengthen intimacy. Couples who turn toward each other during these times, sharing fears, offering comfort, generally emerge with a deeper bond. It's also worth noting that sustaining emotional intimacy over decades requires effort. The initial passionate disclosure of the early days might settle, so intentional effort to keep sharing and listening is important. Something as simple as a nightly 15-minute chat without devices can do wonders. Friendships. Not all friendships are deeply intimate, and that's okay. You might have activity buddies or old acquaintances where you keep things light. But for close friendships, emotional intimacy is what differentiates a casual friend from a best friend. Trust and vulnerability in friendships might involve sharing personal challenges like marital problems or health issues and trusting that friend to support you. A challenge in adult friendships is finding time. Unlike a spouse or family you live with, you may see friends less often. So prioritizing catch-ups and being honest about what's going on in your life when you do meet is key. A note: emotional intimacy in friendships can be just as profound as in romance, except without the sexual component. There are friends who know your soul and might even get you in ways your spouse or family doesn't. Cherishing these connections and nurturing them with openness and support is incredibly rewarding. Family relationships. Emotional intimacy in families can be very strong. Some people consider a parent or sibling as their closest confidant, but it can also be complicated by generational differences and family dynamics. Often developing an adult emotional intimacy with parents or siblings means getting to know each other anew as grown individuals. Empathy is crucial. Adult children seeing parents as people with their own fears and hopes, and parents seeing their grown children as independent adults. Families might have unspoken norms like, we don't talk about feelings directly, which can hinder intimacy. Breaking those patterns gently, maybe the younger generation leading by example, expressing more, or encouraging dialogue, can slowly shift things. It might be as simple as telling your dad, I really appreciate how you've always supported me. It means a lot, which invites a deeper emotional exchange than typical daily talk. With siblings, sometimes childhood rivalries or roles carry over and block emotional closeness. A conscious effort to interact as equals and share feelings, e.g., I know we tease each other a lot, but I want you to know I do love you and I'm proud to have you as my brother, can open doors that perhaps stayed closed in younger years. Professional relationships. Emotional intimacy at work is usually limited because professional boundaries and context often call for some emotional reserve. However, empathy and understanding still play a role in good work relationships. Colleagues who have been through tough project deadlines together or who support each other during personal difficulties, like a coworker being kind during your family emergency, can form strong bonds. Some people do become close friends with colleagues outside of work hours, which then introduces emotional intimacy into what started as a work connection. Generally, the appropriate level of vulnerability at work is lower. You might share that you're struggling with stress to a supportive manager, but perhaps not delve into your deepest insecurities with them. Yet showing some human side and allowing colleagues to share theirs, like discussing family, hobbies, or feelings about a work challenge, can improve teamwork and a sense of camaraderie. It's a balance. Emotional intimacy is not a primary goal at work, but the principles of empathy and trust still absolutely apply. Overcoming barriers to emotional intimacy Many people crave deeper connections but have trouble achieving them due to various barriers. Fear of rejection or judgment. Being vulnerable means giving someone the power to potentially hurt you. If you've been hurt before, e.g., trust betrayed or feelings dismissed, you might have built walls. Overcoming this involves taking calculated small risks with people who have shown signs of trustworthiness. It might start with sharing a mild vulnerability and seeing how they respond. Also, remind yourself that the person you're with now is not the person who hurt you in the past. They deserve a chance if they've done nothing wrong. Therapy or journaling about these fears can also help unearth and challenge irrational beliefs like, if I show weakness, they will leave me. Difficulty expressing emotions. Not everyone grew up in an environment where feelings were talked about openly. Some people truly struggle to identify or articulate their emotions. This is sometimes called alexithymia. If that's you, working on emotional literacy can help. Practice naming what you feel, even privately. Use tools like journaling or emotion wheels that list feeling words. It can also help to start with expressing thoughts, then feelings, e.g., I think I might be upset because, linking the thought and emotion. If you're on the other side, dealing with someone who has trouble opening up, patience and gentle encouragement is key. Don't force them to spill everything. Create a safe atmosphere and maybe share your feelings first to lead by example. Celebrate small steps they take in opening up. Busyness and distractions. Modern life is full of things that can keep us at surface level. We might be physically present with loved ones, but mentally on our phones or overwhelmed by to-do lists. Emotional intimacy requires presence. This is why it's important to carve out time and sometimes physically remove distractions. Put away devices, go somewhere quiet. Being intentional about quality time is the antidote to intimacy being the first thing to go in busy times. Also, watch out for the habit of defaulting to discussing only logistics or external events. What's the schedule? Did you see that news story? And never getting to, how are you doing really? Consciously steer conversations deeper now and then. Unresolved conflicts. Nothing blocks intimacy like a lingering, unresolved conflict or resentment. It's hard to bare your heart to someone if you're still angry that they forgot your birthday or that time they sided against you. Addressing conflicts, as we'll go into in the conflict resolution chapter, clears the air so that intimacy can grow again. This might require a difficult conversation or seeking to forgive if the issue has been acknowledged. Think of a relationship as a living thing. Conflicts are like little thorns. If they're not removed or resolved, they can fester and cause distance. Removing them might hurt a bit in the moment, difficult conversation, but allows the relationship to heal and continue growing. Misaligned expectations. Sometimes one person desires a closer connection than the other is used to. This can happen in new friendships or relationships. It's important to talk about what you each expect in terms of emotional openness. Maybe you're someone who likes to chat every day with your best friend, but they feel that's too much and prefer weekly talks. Or you want your romantic partner to share more about their feelings, but they are not as verbal. Through empathy, each can compromise a bit. The friend might try to check in more often while you give them space. The partner might try to articulate more while you recognize their love might be shown in actions too. Communication about these needs can prevent one side from feeling neglected and the other from feeling pressured. Practical exercises and tips deepening emotional intimacy. The 36 questions. Exercise. There's a famous set of 36 questions developed by psychologists designed to accelerate intimacy between two people. Consider trying these. They are easily found online with someone you want to get closer to, whether a partner or a friend. The questions start light and become increasingly personal, prompting each of you to share and discuss answers. Examples include, what do you value most in friendship? Or, describe a moment you felt truly understood by someone. The final part of the exercise involves silently looking into each other's eyes for 4 minutes, which can feel vulnerable in itself. While the full exercise might be a big-time commitment, even doing a subset of these questions on a cozy evening can spark deep conversations. Regular feelings. Check in. Implement a simple daily or weekly practice with someone close. Each person shares a few sentences on how they've been feeling emotionally and why. It could be at dinner time with family. Let's each share one high and one low of our day. Or a Saturday morning coffee debrief with your spouse about the week's stresses and joys. This habit ensures that you both stay updated on each other's inner life, not just schedules. Share appreciation and affection. Intimacy isn't only built in heavy moments, it's also about positivity and love. Make it a habit to share what you appreciate about the other person regularly. I love that I can be myself around you, or I felt really supported when you listened to me rant the other day, thank you. This not only makes them feel good, but reinforces the emotional closeness and signals that you notice and value the connection you share. Active listening practice with deeper prompts. Take turns being the speaker and listener on a deeper topic. The speaker should talk about something meaningful, perhaps a personal goal, a childhood memory that affected them, or a current challenge that's emotional. The listener's job is to practice all the active listening and empathy skills. Maintain eye contact, nod, don't interrupt, and once the speaker is done, reflect back and empathize. It sounds like moving to that new city when you were a kid was really tough because you felt alone. That must have been hard. Swap roles. This exercise not only helps you practice communication skills, but often leads to discovering new layers about each other. Do something new together. Choose an activity neither of you has done before. It could be as adventurous as taking a weekend road trip to a new place, or as simple as trying a new cuisine. New experiences can create a bonding effect. You rely on each other more when in unfamiliar territory, and you form fresh mutual memories to reminisce about later. During the activity, make a point to discuss how you each are finding it, e.g., this cooking class is fun. I didn't know you were so good at chopping vegetables. I'm a little nervous to try paragliding. How about you? These shared ventures often lead to mutual vulnerability. Maybe laughing at each other's goof-ups or admitting fears, and lots of emotional glue. The emotional journal swap. Advanced exercise. If you and another person are comfortable with deep sharing, try this. Each of you write a short journal entry about your current state of mind, worries, hopes, anything you might not have said out loud. Swap journals and read each other's entries. This requires trust. After reading, discuss what you read, making sure to be non-judgmental and supportive. This can unveil feelings that maybe were hard to speak and allow each of you to respond with empathy. It can be powerful, but should only be done with someone you strongly trust and who is willing. Fostering emotional intimacy is one of the most rewarding aspects of relationships. It can be scary at times to lower our guard, but the payoff is having people in your life with whom you can be wholly yourself and feel truly connected. By practicing empathy, carving out quality time, and being brave enough to show your heart, you will nurture bonds that are rich and enduring. In the chapters ahead, we will explore conflict resolution, a vital skill for handling the inevitable disagreements that arise in any relationship, and turning them into opportunities for understanding and growth rather than sources of lasting damage. Chapter 6. Conflict Resolution Strategies. No matter how loving or compatible people are, conflict is a natural part of any relationship. We're all unique individuals with different needs, perspectives, and emotions, so it's inevitable that at times these differences will clash. Conflict in itself isn't a sign of a bad relationship. In fact, avoiding conflict at all costs can lead to suppressed resentment and distance. What really matters is how conflicts are handled. When approached with respect and a problem-solving mindset, conflicts can ultimately bring people closer by increasing understanding. In this chapter, we'll discuss why conflict happens, common pitfalls that make it worse, and effective strategies for resolving disagreements in healthy ways. Understanding conflict, it's normal. First, let's normalize the idea that conflict will happen. In romantic relationships, you might disagree about finances, household responsibilities, how to spend leisure time, or how to raise children. Even couples who deeply love each other will have arguments or tense discussions. Renowned relationship researcher Dr. John Gottman notes that even very happy couples have recurring conflicts. The key is how they manage them. In friendships, conflicts could arise from feeling neglected, differences in values or lifestyles, or misunderstandings, like someone thinking the other made a hurtful comment when perhaps it wasn't intended that way. In family relationships, conflicts span from small what to have for dinner to significant choices about career, marriage, or caregiving for parents. Generational differences often spark conflict, like a teenager pushing for independence while parents push for rules. In professional settings, conflict can occur over how to approach a project or between personality types, say a direct communicator versus a sensitive one, or competition for limited resources, promotions, budgets. The goal isn't to eliminate all conflict, an impossible and even undesirable task, but to handle conflicts such that they don't become destructive. Healthy conflict resolution means addressing issues directly and respectfully without insults or stonewalling, and ideally finding a solution or compromise everyone can accept. When handled well, conflict can lead to growth. For example, a couple might argue about division of chores, and through that conflict, arrive at a more fair system that leaves both happier. Two co-workers might butt heads about a strategy and end up creating a better plan that considers diverse viewpoints. Also, resolving a conflict can build trust. You see that you can come out the other side still caring about each other, maybe understanding each other even more. Common pitfalls in conflict. Before diving into positive strategies, it helps to recognize some common destructive patterns in conflicts so you can avoid them. Criticism versus complaint. It's normal to complain about a specific action. I'm upset that you left the kitchen a mess. But when it turns into a personal attack, you are so lazy and inconsiderate. That's criticism. Criticizing the person's character or generalizing, you always, you never, escalates conflict. It puts the other person on the defensive immediately. Contempt. This is perhaps the most poisonous, showing disrespect, ridicule, or sarcasm in a mean way. Eye-rolling, mocking, name-calling, or dismissive comments like, "Whatever, you're being ridiculous," convey contempt. It makes the other feel belittled or even despised. Contempt can be a relationship killer if it becomes habitual because it conveys a lack of respect. Defensiveness. When someone brings up an issue and we respond by immediately defending ourselves without listening or by flipping it, "Well, what about what you did?" That's defensiveness. It's natural to want to defend, especially if we feel accused, but it blocks resolution because we're not actually hearing the concern or acknowledging any part of it. Stonewalling, silent treatment. This is when one person shuts down or withdraws completely from the conversation. They might literally leave or just stop responding, giving a cold silence. Sometimes people do this to avoid saying something hurtful or because they feel flooded and overwhelmed. More on that later. But if it's used as a weapon or ongoing avoidance, it can be very frustrating and hurtful to the other person who feels ignored and powerless to resolve anything. Gottman, referenced above, calls these negative behaviors the four horsemen of relationship conflict: criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling, and finding their antidotes is crucial to healthy conflict management. Let's talk about better approaches. Preparing for a constructive conflict. When you sense a conflict or disagreement brewing, a little preparation and mindset check can go a long way. Choose the right time and place. If possible, don't dive into a serious conflict discussion when one or both of you are tired, hungry, stressed by something else, or in public. For instance, bringing up a grievance the moment your partner walks in from an exhausting day at work may not yield the best result. If the issue can wait, pick a moment when you're both relatively calm and private. Say, "I'd like to talk about something that's been bothering me. Is now a good time, or maybe after dinner?" This respects the other person's state and invites their full attention. Mindset. The goal is resolution, not winning. Enter the conversation with the mindset that you and the other person are a team facing a problem together, rather than enemies in a battle. If you aim to win the argument by any means, the relationship loses. If the solution or outcome benefits both in some way, or at least is acceptable to both, That's a true win. Remind yourself, the person you're upset with is also someone you care about or need to work with, and maintaining the relationship is as important as resolving the specific issue. Keep emotions in check as much as possible. It's normal to feel angry or hurt in conflict, and expressing emotion is okay, but try to avoid letting anger completely take over your communication. If you start a conversation by yelling or with a cutting tone, the other person's fight or flight response will trigger and productive problem solving diminishes. Take a few deep breaths beforehand or even jot down notes to keep yourself focused. Sometimes writing out what you want to say in advance can help clarify the issue so you don't just unleash a torrent of pent-up complaints. Clarify the issue. What exactly is the conflict about? Sometimes surface arguments are about something deeper. The fight about you never do the dishes might really be about I feel like you're not valuing my contributions or noticing my efforts. Before you have the talk, figure out what's the core issue for you. That way you can communicate the real concern rather than getting stuck on a particular incident. Communication strategies during conflict. Once you're in the conversation, how you communicate makes all the difference. Use I statements. We mentioned this earlier in communication, but it's especially critical in conflict. Start your sentences focusing on your feelings or perspective, not casting blame. Instead of "you're so careless with money," say "I feel worried about our finances when I see large purchases that we haven't discussed." I statements reduce defensiveness in the other person because you're not directly accusing them. You're describing your experience. Stick to the topic. Try to address one issue at a time. Avoid kitchen sinking, where you throw every past wrong and unrelated gripe into the mix. And another thing, 6 months ago, you did XYZ. That overwhelms the conversation and makes it impossible to resolve anything, because now you've got a mountain of complaints rather than one issue. If the conflict is part of a broader pattern, you can mention that. This seems to be a recurring issue for us, and I want us to figure out how to change that. But don't derail into a laundry list of unrelated problems. Active listening even when it's hard. In the heat of conflict, listening can be tough. Our minds race with rebuttals or we feel eager to defend our side. But do your best to truly hear the other person out. Let them finish explaining their perspective, then paraphrase it back. So you're saying that when I didn't consult you about the vacation plans, you felt disregarded, right? This doesn't mean you agree, but it shows you understand their point. Often conflicts de-escalate a bit once each person feels heard. Resist the urge to interrupt with but. You will get your turn, and you'll want them to listen to you as well. Keep tone and body language in check. Speak in a calm, respectful tone. Avoid sneering, eye-rolling, or crossing arms defiantly. These cues can communicate hostility or disdain, even if your words are reasonable. If you're extremely upset, it's okay to say in a strained voice, "I am feeling really angry right now, but I'm trying to discuss this calmly." That's okay. Expressing that is better than letting anger seep into sarcasm or yelling. If you or they do slip into a raised voice or harsh tone, gently call it out. "I know we're both upset. Can we try to keep our voices down so we don't end up shouting at each other?" No name calling or insults. Focus on behavior. Direct attacks like "you're being a selfish jerk" cause immediate harm and derail the conversation. Focus on the specific behavior or event that's an issue, not the person's character. For example, "You canceled our plans at the last minute and that upset me" is about the action. "You're so unreliable" attacks the person. It's also helpful to express the impact on you. "When you cancel last minute, I feel like my time isn't valued." That invites empathy in return rather than defensiveness. Take responsibility where appropriate. If during the conflict you realize you are partially at fault or have made a mistake, own it. A sincere, "You're right, I did raise my voice and I'm sorry for that," or "I think I misunderstood what you were saying, sorry about that," can go a long way to disarm a tense situation. It shows you're not just there to fight, you're there to resolve. This often encourages the other person to also own up to their part. Look for common ground. In many conflicts, there are underlying common goals. Emphasize those. For instance, a couple arguing about disciplining children both ultimately want well-behaved kids who feel loved. They just differ on method. Acknowledge the shared goal. We both want what's best for our children. We just have different ideas on how to do that. Let's remember we're on the same team trying to help them grow up well. Common ground creates a collaborative vibe. Propose solutions or compromises. Rather than focusing solely on the problem, try to steer the conversation towards solutions. Brainstorm together. What can we do so that this doesn't happen again? Or maybe we can find a middle ground. Be willing to give a little to reach a compromise. If two co-workers conflict on a process, perhaps they can blend their approaches. If a husband and wife disagree on spending, perhaps set a budget that includes personal, no questions asked allowances for each. Sometimes you might not find a perfect solution on the spot, and that's okay. At least define the next steps. Let's each research some options and talk again tomorrow. Or we'll try your approach this week and see how it goes, then adjust if needed. Taking a break when needed. Conflicts can get heated. If you notice the discussion is going in circles or escalating into yelling and neither is really hearing the other anymore, it might be time to pause. Taking a time out isn't giving up. It's a strategy to avoid further damage and to allow cooling off. Use a break if one or both people are becoming too emotional to be constructive. Signs might be a pounding heart, difficulty thinking straight, wanting to say really hurtful things or shut down completely. Communicate the need for a break in a respectful way. I'm feeling too upset to continue usefully right now. Can we take a 20-minute break and then try again? Or, I need a moment to calm down so I can approach this better. Let's resume this discussion after lunch. It's important to set a specific time to revisit so the other person doesn't feel you're just trying to drop the issue and run. During the break, do something to self-soothe. Deep breathing, a quick walk, splash water on your face, or listen to calming music. The goal is to reduce the physiological stress. Avoid ruminating furiously on the argument, as that will keep you in fight mode. Instead, try to clear your head. When you come back, the emotional intensity will hopefully have decreased. Sometimes with a cooler head, one might even realize, part of what we were fighting about isn't the real issue, or even find some humor or perspective. If you left at an especially bad moment, a brief apology might smooth the restart. Sorry I got really heated earlier. I've cooled down and I really want to hear what you have to say. Then continue the discussion more calmly. Agreeing to disagree and moving forward. In some conflicts, especially those about personal values or preferences, you might not come to a full agreement. That's okay if you can still respect each other's stance. Agreeing to disagree means you acknowledge the difference and decide it doesn't need to be a source of ongoing contention. For example, in interfaith friendships or marriages, rather than trying to convert each other, the two might accept, I practice my religion, you practice yours, we won't see eye to eye on everything about it, but we can still honor each other and maybe even celebrate both traditions. In a team, two colleagues might disagree on approach, but after a fair hearing of ideas, they go with one direction, knowing the other isn't fully on board, but is willing to support the decision for the sake of progress. When you agree to disagree, it's important to truly let it go and not hold it against the person. If the issue comes up again, gently remind each other, hey, we decided this is one of those things we differ on. Let's not rehash it. After a conflict is resolved or at least concluded, it's helpful to do something that reinforces your bond. In personal relationships, a hug, a kind word, or some gesture of reconciliation, let's go get ice cream, I know that was tough to talk about, but I'm glad we did, helps emotionally close the loop and affirm that you still care about each other. In a work scenario, showing appreciation for the professional handling of the conflict or simply moving forward cooperatively on the solution demonstrates that there are no hard feelings. If hurtful things were said during the conflict, even if you resolved the main issue, it might be necessary to apologize specifically for those. By the way, I feel bad about calling you selfish in the heat of the moment. That was unfair. I'm sorry. When conflicts are recurring or unresolvable, Sometimes couples or any two people have perpetual conflicts. Research suggests a large percentage of marital conflicts are not fully resolvable because they stem from fundamental differences, like one is very neat and the other is more clutter tolerant, or one is very social and the other more introverted. The goal with these isn't to solve them as much as to find a livable compromise and to approach the topic with humor and affection rather than frustration. Maybe the neat partner takes on cleaning, but the messy partner will consciously try to not leave every room a disaster, a compromise. They might never see it exactly the same way, but they develop a sort of dance around it. If you find a conflict keeps coming up, consider if it's because the underlying issue isn't truly resolved or if it's a fundamental difference. If it's the latter, work on accepting the difference and perhaps set some ground rules around it to minimize friction. Couples therapy or mediation can be very helpful for conflicts that you can't navigate on your own. An impartial third party can offer new perspectives or tools, and often each person feels more heard. In a work context, if two people have ongoing friction, involving a manager or HR in a constructive way might be necessary to mediate and find a workable arrangement. Practical exercises and tips, improving conflict resolution skills. The repair attempt. Practice. A repair attempt is any statement or action meant to diffuse tension or bring the conflict back to constructive ground, like a joke, an apology, or a reminder of love. We'll figure this out. I love you. Next time you're in an argument, be mindful and try a small repair attempt when things get heated. For instance, suddenly saying, "We're both on edge. How about a quick deep breath together?" Or even a gentle touch on the arm if appropriate. Note how these are received. Practicing, making, and recognizing repair attempts can significantly change the trajectory of conflicts. Role reversal writing. If you're in conflict with someone, take a pause and write, just for yourself, a short paragraph from their perspective, as if you were them explaining their side of the story. Try to really capture their potential feelings and reasoning. This exercise builds empathy and can often illuminate where the heart of the conflict lies. After writing it, reflect. Did you realize anything new about their viewpoint? This might change how you approach the next discussion. Conflict fire drill. Discuss with a partner or friend outside of an actual argument how you'd like to handle it when a conflict arises. Agree on some rules or signals. For example, you might agree, if either of us feels too heated, we will use the word time out and step away for 10 minutes without either following to continue the fight. Or we won't call each other names. If that happens, we have to stop and apologize immediately. Having this protocol decided in calm times can help when tempers flare, much like practicing a fire drill helps in a real fire. Use a talking stick or object. This is a technique from some traditional practices. Whoever holds the talking stick gets to speak, and others listen, then it's passed. In a modern twist, if you're having trouble not interrupting each other in an argument, you could use any object, a pen, a pillow, as the talking object. Only the person holding it may talk, then they hand it over and listen. It may feel a bit silly, but it enforces turn-taking and gives a clear structure to ensure both are heard. After-action review. After a significant conflict has passed and both feel calm, could be days later, jointly analyze it. What went well, what didn't, and what could we do differently next time? Approach it like two researchers trying to learn. For instance, I noticed things got better when we took a break. Maybe next time we should take a break sooner if we start yelling. Or, when you acknowledged my point about our schedules, I felt more willing to compromise. That was good. This can turn conflicts into learning opportunities and over time improve how you handle the next ones. Conflict is like fire. It can be destructive if uncontrolled, but if managed, it can also provide warmth and forge stronger bonds. Think of how iron is tempered in fire to become stronger. By using respectful communication, empathy, and problem-solving techniques, you can navigate conflicts in a way that ultimately benefits your relationships. In the upcoming chapter, we'll look at how to keep relationships strong over the long haul, discussing long-term growth and change, which inevitably ties together communication, trust, boundaries, intimacy, and conflict in the ongoing journey of a relationship. Chapter 7: Nurturing Long-Term Growth and Change. Relationships are not static. They are living, evolving connections that will go through various stages and seasons. The exhilaration of a new friendship or the passion of a fresh romance naturally transforms over years into something different, not necessarily less meaningful, but different. Long-term growth in a relationship means that as individuals change and life circumstances shift, the relationship also adapts and ideally becomes deeper and more resilient. In this chapter, we examine how to keep relationships healthy and fulfilling over the long haul, how to adapt to changes, and how to continue growing together instead of growing apart. Embracing the evolution of relationships. It's important to expect that your relationships will not feel exactly the same after 5, 10, or 20 years as they did in the beginning. Romantic relationships. The initial honeymoon phase of intense infatuation and constant togetherness often gives way to a steadier companionship. This is normal. The brain chemistry of new love, with all those dopamine bursts, naturally calms down after a while. That doesn't mean love has faded. It means it's shifting into a more mature form. Couples move through stages, romantic beginnings, possibly power struggles as they negotiate differences, and hopefully into a phase of mutual understanding and stability. Long-term couples often describe their love as deeper and more robust than the early days, even if it's less butterflies in the stomach. Embracing this evolution rather than yearning perpetually for the early spark can help you appreciate the comfort and trust that come with time. Friendships. A childhood or college friend might have been your daily companion back then, but as adults you may live far apart or have demanding jobs and families. The friendship can still remain strong, but the nature of interaction might change, maybe talking monthly instead of every day, seeing each other occasionally rather than constantly. Good friends pick up where they left off, understanding that life's pace doesn't diminish the bond. It's also true that some friendships might drift naturally if life paths diverge significantly, and that's okay. Some people are in our lives for certain chapters, others remain constants, but even with those, the mode of friendship can change. Perhaps you now support each other as parents, whereas 10 years ago, you supported each other in dating adventures. Family relationships, parent-child dynamics evolve drastically. The cuddly dependence of a toddler becomes the seeking of autonomy in a teenager, and eventually an adult-to-adult friendship, ideally between parent and grown child. Siblings may go from squabbling kids to best friends or perhaps less frequent communicators, depending on life choices. Being mindful of these transitions and allowing space for them is key. For example, as a child becomes an adult, parents who treat them with respect for their independence instead of clinging to treating them like a baby tend to have better long-term relationships with them. Professional relationships. You might work with someone for 15 years and develop a close camaraderie that goes beyond work. But if one of you changes jobs, that relationship might change too. You have to actively keep in touch if you want to maintain it, or it might gently fade into more of a LinkedIn connection. That's a natural progression. Yet if that person was special to you, it's worth the effort to occasionally catch up, and sometimes professional connections can come full circle. The colleague you mentored might later become your business partner or boss in a new venture. The overarching point is that change doesn't mean failure of a relationship. Just as individuals grow and change, relationships do too. By expecting and accepting that, you won't panic when things feel a bit different over time. Instead, you can focus on guiding that change in positive directions. Continuing communication and connection over time. One reason some relationships wither is that people assume the other person just knows how we feel or doesn't need to hear certain things anymore. Of course, I love my wife. We've been married 25 years. She knows that. Or, my best friend and I have known each other forever. We don't need to talk about feelings. In reality, long-term relationships need regular nourishment. Express appreciation regularly. After many years, it's easy to take each other for granted a bit. Make it a habit to acknowledge and thank each other. Thanks for making dinner. I really appreciate it. Or, you're such a caring dad to our kids. I love that about you. These small moments of gratitude keep positivity in the relationship's emotional bank account. Research by relationship experts indicates that strong couples have a high ratio of positive to negative interactions. Gottman suggests at least 5-to-1. So continue to pepper your interactions with compliments, affection, and gratitude. Keep communicating about both big and small things. Don't fall into only discussing logistics. Who's picking up the kids? What's on the calendar? Did you pay that bill? Dedicate time to talk about personal topics. Your thoughts on a news event, a book you read, how you've been feeling about life lately, dreams for the future. In a long-term friendship, reminisce about old fun times and talk about new interests or challenges. Basically, keep sharing your inner world. People do change over time, so your partner or friend 10 years on might have new interests or altered viewpoints. Stay up to date by actually talking beyond the surface. Adapt traditions and rituals. Many relationships have traditions, whether it's a weekly date night, a Sunday phone call to your parents, or a yearly trip with friends. As life changes, sometimes these need to be adjusted, but try not to abandon them entirely. Maybe your weekly date night becomes a monthly outing because of a new baby. That's okay. Just ensure it still happens at a pace that's feasible. If your friend group's annual getaway becomes hard to coordinate as everyone is busy, maybe shorten it to a weekend instead of a week, or turn it into a day trip or even a virtual get-together. Rituals act as touchstones that keep the relationship tethered through time. Use technology to your advantage. In long-term relationships separated by distance, like family across the country or friends who move away, it's easier than ever to stay connected. Schedule regular video chats. Create a group text or chat channel to share updates, or even silly memes to stay in each other's daily lives virtually. Of course, technology doesn't replace seeing someone in person, but it can maintain the connection in the interim. Even in romantic relationships, sending a sweet or funny text during the workday, e.g., thinking of you, or an inside joke, can break up routine and remind your partner that you care. Periodic relationship checkups, especially for couples but also close friends or family, it can be useful to occasionally take stock of how the relationship is doing. This can be built in, like a weekly couples meeting or a monthly friends call, to review any joint plans. In these, assess, are we doing what we set out to do? If not, why? Do we need to adjust the goal? For example, if your goal was a weekly date, but it's happening bi-weekly, discuss if weekly was realistic or if something's blocking it and how to fix it. Maybe alternate who plans it to share the load. These check-ins prevent goals from just being forgotten ideals. And when you realize you are on track, hey, we've had date night 4 weeks in a row, you both feel great. Be patient with phases. Long relationships often go through phases of closeness and distance. Maybe when the kids are young, you hardly have couple time, but you trust that when they're older, you'll reconnect more. Or a friend might go through a phase where they're very absorbed in work or a new romance, but later balance out. Trust the foundation if it's solid and give each other grace. If you've built good communication, you can voice if you're feeling too distant and find ways to reconnect. Perhaps plan a couple's weekend away once the kids can stay with grandparents, or schedule a friend getaway to catch up after a busy year. The key is not to panic during lulls, but to gently steer things back on course as life allows, supporting each other's personal growth. Over years, people change. They develop new hobbies, shift career paths, evolve beliefs or goals. In a healthy long-term relationship, individuals encourage each other's growth rather than feeling threatened by it. Encourage dreams and goals. Be your loved one's cheerleader. If your friend wants to go back to school in their 40s, cheer them on and maybe help quiz them for exams or celebrate their milestones. If your spouse decides to pursue a new business venture, show belief in them. Sometimes growth can mean the person has less time for you. A friend in medical residency, for instance. But knowing that you support their ambitions rather than resent the time away will ultimately strengthen the bond. You might say, "Yo, I'm so proud of you for doing this. I know you'll be great and I'm here if you need anything." Allow space for individual interests. Long-term partners don't need to do everything together or like all the same things. In fact, having separate interests can infuse freshness into a relationship. You each bring new stories and energy from your individual pursuits. Encourage each other to have time apart to do what each enjoys. For example, if you love painting, take that art class. If your partner loves cycling, support their weekend bike rides, then share about it later. This space also prevents the relationship from feeling smothering and allows personal growth, which you can then integrate into your shared life. Adapt to role changes. Over a lifetime, people wear many hats. A spouse might become a caregiver to their partner during illness. A friend might suddenly become wealthy or hit a career high when you're in a slump, or vice versa. Adapting means renegotiating how you relate. Maybe when kids come into a marriage, each person finds a new identity as parent on top of partner, and it can be challenging. A couple might have to consciously carve out time, not just as mom and dad, but as two people in love. In friendships, if one friend's life stage changes significantly, like one gets married and the other is single, both may need to be flexible. The married friend should still dedicate time to their single friends, and the single friend should understand their married friend has new commitments. The key is to keep respect and care constant, even if circumstances shift who's giving more or needing more at a given time. Handle changes in personality or beliefs with openness. It's possible your partner or friend may not be exactly the person they were years ago. Maybe someone becomes more introverted with age, or changes political religious views, or develops a different outlook after a life event. These can be tricky to navigate, but try to discuss them openly. You seem to enjoy solitude more these days. Do you feel our social schedule is too much? Or I notice your perspective on X has changed. Tell me more about how you arrived there. This way, instead of drifting apart because we're not the same people anymore, you're continually learning who each other are becoming and finding ways to love and understand the current version, not just the past version. Keeping the spark and preventing complacency. Spark isn't just about romance. It's that energy or warmth in any relationship. Over time, it's easy to become a bit complacent. You might stop saying I love you as often, or not bother planning surprises or fun outings because, we've done it all. But novelty and playfulness are powerful at any age. Continue dating your partner. Long-term couples often say one secret is to never stop dating each other. Go on dates, whether it's a fancy dinner or a simple walk in the park without the kids. Try new activities together to create shared excitement. Take a dance class, visit a new city, go stargazing. Surprise each other now and then. Maybe one leaves a love note in the other's bag or plans a secret weekend trip for an anniversary. These gestures inject joy and reminder that you're valued. Make time for fun with friends, family. As responsibilities mount, fun can fall by the wayside and interactions become all business. Schedule fun. Have a silly game night with friends, a sibling outing like you used to as kids. Go bowling or to an amusement park. Laughter and light-hearted moments act like glue and can revive closeness that's been overshadowed by serious stuff. Even reminiscing together, remember when we did that crazy road trip, and looking at old photos can reignite warm feelings. Continual learning, keep learning about each other. One exercise some couples do is to periodically ask each other questions like, is there anything you've wanted to do that we haven't done yet? Or, what's something you're lately interested in or thinking about that we haven't talked about? People have inner worlds that even a spouse of decades may not fully know if they don't ask. Similarly, with old friends, we might assume we know everything about them, but maybe they have new dreams or hidden struggles they haven't voiced because the opportunity hasn't come up. By asking and showing curiosity, you keep the relationship dynamic. Avoid ruts. It's easy to fall into routines that become ruts, doing the same thing every day, every weekend. Try to change something up now and then. It can be as small as trying a new restaurant instead of always going to the same one, or as big as moving to a new house or city together if that's something you both desire. Some couples pick up a new joint hobby in later years, like gardening or tandem biking, which gives them something fresh to enjoy together. For friends, maybe turn your usual coffee catch-up into an occasional hiking catch-up for a change of scenery. Weathering life's big changes together. Life will throw big changes and challenges, some joyous, births, achievements, some devastating, losses, health issues. Navigating these can be the ultimate test of long-term relationships. During hard times, often resilience of a relationship is proven in adversity. It could be financial hardship, illness, loss of a loved one, or external stress like a pandemic or natural disaster. The key is to face it as a team. Communicate even more during these times. Fears, needs, hopes. Offer and accept support. Sometimes one person may need to carry more of the load for a while, like one spouse caring for the other during illness, or a friend being the rock while the other grieves. That's okay, as long as over the span of the relationship it's reciprocal and both feel they can rely on each other. Showing up consistently during crises, even just being present, listening, holding a hand, profoundly deepens trust and intimacy. It says, no matter what, I'm here. During positive transitions, even happy changes can stress relationships because they alter dynamics. A promotion might mean more money, yay, but less time at home, problematic. A new baby is a blessing, but upends routines and sleep. Winning an award might boost one person's ego or confidence in a way that the other has to adjust to. It's important to celebrate the good together, share joy openly, give each other credit where due, and also talk about how to adjust to the new normal. For example, new parents might need to deliberately schedule couple time to stay connected. If one friend's life drastically improves, like they find a great partner or passion when the other is still searching, practice genuine happiness for each other and avoid comparison. Sometimes people hold back sharing good news because they fear envy or making the other feel bad. But true friends and loving partners want to share in each other's joy. Reevaluating and recommitting. At certain milestones, it's natural to reevaluate the relationship. Some couples do this around midlife or empty nest time. What do we want for our next 20 years? Friends might do this if one is considering moving away. Will we stay as close? How will we manage that? These are good conversations to have. They allow both to voice what they want going forward and any concerns. Often, it's a chance to consciously recommit to the relationship in its next phase. For example, an empty nest couple might discover they need to find new shared activities now that the kids are gone, so they commit to that. Or old friends hitting retirement age might plan to travel together each year since they'll have more free time. Looking ahead together keeps you aligned on the journey. Practical exercises and tips, long-term relationship growth. Future vision. Discussion. Set aside an evening with your partner or close friend or family member to talk about the future. Each person separately writes down a few things they envision or hope for the relationship in 5, 10, or 20 years. Compare notes. This can be very enlightening. Perhaps you both imagine retiring in a certain place, or one person's vision might surprise the other. Oh, you'd consider moving abroad? I didn't know that. Then discuss what steps or flexibility might be needed to achieve these shared or individual visions. This keeps your long-term goals somewhat synced and avoids drifting apart due to unspoken future plans. Learn something new together. Take a class or start a project that is new for both of you. Maybe it's learning a language, starting a small side business, or even something fun like taking up tennis. Being novices together puts you both in a growth mindset and can refresh a long-standing relationship with new challenges and shared triumphs. You'll make new memories and also maybe see each other in a new light, like, wow, I didn't realize how quick you are at picking up Italian. Gratitude journal exchange. For couples or even close friends, try a gratitude exercise focused on the relationship. Each day or week for a set time, write down one thing you're grateful to the other person for or something you appreciated that day. It could be as simple as, she brewed coffee for me this morning, or he made me laugh when I was down. At the end of the period, maybe do this for a month. Exchange journals or notes. It's heartwarming to see through your loved one's eyes all the little things that matter. This can rekindle warm feelings and reinforce positive behaviors you might not even realize the other notices. Update traditions. Sit down and evaluate your shared rituals, traditions. Are there any that have lapsed that you miss? Any that feel stale and could be revamped? Pick one to renew or change. For example, if Friday nights used to be movie night, but now the kids have different schedules, maybe switch it to Sunday afternoons or turn it into a rotating activity tradition where each week someone picks a surprise fun thing. For friendships, if you used to have an annual reunion that fell off, schedule one for this year or adapt it to current realities. Zoom reunion with a delivered dinner to each if distance is an issue. Periodic solo time. It may seem counterintuitive, but encouraging each person to have some alone time or pursue something solo can benefit the long-term relationship. Schedule me time and respect the others. Use that time to reflect on your own goals and fulfillment. A content individual brings more positive energy back to the relationship. After all, two half-empty people don't make a full relationship. Two growing, fulfilled individuals do. After your separate time, share something you did or thought about. This keeps an element of individuality, which actually fosters ongoing interest in each other. Long-term relationships are like a journey across changing landscapes. Sometimes it's sunny and smooth, other times rocky or foggy. By keeping communication open, actively adapting to change, and continuously choosing to invest in each other, you ensure that you not only travel side by side, but also enjoy the ride and grow from it. In the next chapter, we'll look at a practical aspect of fostering growth in relationships, setting and achieving relationship goals, which can give direction and shared purpose as you move forward together. Chapter 8. Setting and achieving relationship goals. Just as individuals set personal goals for career, health, or personal growth, relationships too can benefit from shared goals and clear visions for the future. Setting relationship goals means you intentionally decide on things you want to accomplish or ways you want to improve together. These could be practical, like saving money for a house or planning a dream trip, relational, like improving communication or spending more quality time, or growth-oriented, like learning new skills as a couple or supporting each other's individual aspirations. Having common goals provides a sense of direction and teamwork in a relationship, be it with your spouse, family, friends, or even colleagues. It ensures that you're not just coasting on autopilot, but actively building the kind of relationship and life you both desire. Why set relationship goals? Shared purpose. When two or more people articulate what they're working toward, it creates unity. For example, a couple saving for a home knows why they're cooking at home more and cutting expenses. They have a shared dream motivating them. Friends who set a goal to run a marathon together have a joint mission that strengthens their bond through training sessions and mutual encouragement. Clarity of expectations. Goals can clarify what each person expects or values. One partner might set a goal of having one tech-free evening a week to connect, which signals how important quality time is to them. The other partner learns from this goal and can get on board. Without stating it as a goal, one person might silently wish for more connection while the other is oblivious. Personal and mutual growth. Relationship goals often involve improving how you relate, like being better listeners or managing conflicts more constructively, which fosters personal growth in empathy, patience, and communication. Achieving goals together also builds confidence in the relationship's strength. We set out to do this and we succeeded. We make a great team. Preventing complacency. In long-term relationships, goals help avoid falling into a rut. They give you something to look forward to or strive for. This might be a fun goal like visit all 50 states together, or an interpersonal one like keep our romantic life exciting by trying something new every month. It injects intention and sometimes excitement into the routine, measuring progress and celebrating success. With clear goals, you can see progress which is satisfying and affirming. For instance, a family might set a goal to eat dinner together at the table at least 4 nights a week. Keeping track and achieving that provides a sense of accomplishment and the opportunity to celebrate. We did it this month, go team family. These little celebrations reinforce positive behaviors and bring joy. Types of relationship goals. There are many areas in which you can set relationship goals. Here are some common categories and examples. Communication goals, e.g., practice active listening and avoid interrupting during discussions, or set aside 15 minutes each day to talk without distractions. Another might be more open about feelings. Share one emotion I felt each day with my partner. Quality time goals, e.g., have a date night once a week, plan a friends meetup once a month, or take an annual family vacation together. For long distance friendships, a goal could be video chat at least twice a month. Conflict resolution goals, e.g., establish conflict rules. No name calling, no bringing up past grievances unrelated to the current issue, or if conflict arises, we agree to take a break if things get too heated, then come back to resolve it. Trust and honesty goals, e.g., be transparent about finances with each other, keep each other informed of our schedules and major decisions, or always tell each other the truth even if it's difficult, and discuss problems instead of hiding them. Intimacy goals. For couples, increase physical affection, hug and kiss daily. Explore each other's love languages and do one thing each week to speak your partner's love language, or plan a romantic getaway once a year, just the two of us. For friendships, initiate deep conversation beyond small talk at least once a month, or express appreciation for our friendship regularly.
Financial goals for couples, families, e.g., create and stick to a monthly budget together. Save X dollars by the end of the year for shared goal, home, vacation, etc., or pay off debt together by 2025.
Family goals, e.g., have one family outing or game night each week. Eat dinner together without TV at least 4 times a week, or establish a new family tradition for holidays. Fun and adventure goals, e.g., try one new activity or restaurant together each month. Travel to a new country place every year, or take a class together, dance, cooking, etc. this season. Health and wellness goals, e.g., exercise together 3 times a week, even just a walk. Encourage each other in healthy eating. Cook dinner at home 5 nights a week, or with friends, sign up for a charity 10K together and train for it. Personal growth support goals, EEG, set aside one evening a week with no chores to just relax and talk about our personal goals, or read and discuss a personal growth book, or support each other in our individual hobbies by showing interest and giving each other time to pursue them. These examples illustrate how broad or specific goals can be. What's important is that the goals resonate with both of you and are agreed upon together. How to set relationship goals. Discuss what matters. Sit down together with your partner, friend, family, or team and talk about what you both value and what you'd like to improve or achieve. Maybe use some prompts. What would you like us to do more of? Is there anything you miss that we used to do? What are some things we've talked about doing someday that we can actually plan for now? Ensure everyone gets to voice their ideas. Be specific. Just like personal goals, relationship goals should be clear. Spend more time together is a nice intention but not specific. Turn it into spend at least 1 hour each evening without TV or phones, just talking or doing something together, for example. Instead of communicate better, a specific goal might be have a weekly meeting to talk about any issues and appreciations. Make them measurable or observable. Not all goals lend to a number, but you should be able to tell if you're doing it. If the goal is show more affection, you could define that as at least once a day. Do something affectionate like a hug, compliment, or small surprise. If the goal is strengthen our friendship, break it down. Maybe meet up at least twice a month, or start a book club together so we regularly interact and discuss meaningful things. A measurable aspect helps you know when you've met it. Realistic and mutual. Ensure the goals are achievable and that both parties agree and feel committed. It wouldn't work if one spouse's goal is travel internationally 3 times a year, but the other is unwilling or the finances can't support it. Find goals that stretch you a bit, but are within reach with effort. Also, they should be mutual. One person can't unilaterally set a goal for the relationship without buy-in. I decided our goal is to move to a new city next year. Unless that's been discussed and agreed, it's not a shared goal. Time frame. Some goals are ongoing habits, like weekly date night, which is a continuous goal, but others might have a target date, save X amount by December, run the marathon in November. Setting a time helps motivate action and check progress. For ongoing ones, maybe do a trial period. Let's try this for 3 months and then evaluate how it's going. Write them down. This might sound formal, but writing down your goals, perhaps in a shared journal or a note on the fridge, cements the commitment. It also serves as a reminder. You could even make a relationship vision board together, a creative collage of images or words that represent your goals, like pictures of a vacation spot you want to go to, or words like patience or teamwork to symbolize how you want to be together. This can be a fun bonding activity in itself. Plan steps. For larger goals, outline steps. If the goal is to save X amount, step 1 might be making a joint budget, step 2 might be setting up an auto transfer to savings, etc. If the goal is to improve communication, steps might include reading a communication book together or attending a workshop. If the goal is a project like throw a 50th anniversary party for our parents, steps would be dividing tasks, venue, invites, catering, etc. Planning together ensures you both contribute and know how to move forward. Working together and staying accountable. Setting the goal is just the beginning. Working on it is the real deal. Team mentality. Approach goals as something you're doing with your partner friend, not something either is doing for the other, unless it's explicitly a supportive goal like helping one person through school. But even then, frame it as a team effort for a shared benefit. Use language like we and us. Celebrate progress together and face setbacks together without blaming. If, say, your goal was to argue less destructively, and one day you have a shouting match instead of one blaming the other, step back and say, okay, we didn't stick to our goal this time. Why? How can we do better next time as a team? Check in on progress. For ongoing goals, periodic check-ins help. This can be built in like a weekly couples meeting or a monthly friend call to review any joint plans. In these, assess, are we doing what we set out to do? If not, why? Do we need to adjust the goal? For example, if your goal was a weekly date but it's happening bi-weekly, discuss if weekly was realistic or if something's blocking it and how to fix it. Maybe alternate who plans it to share the load. These check-ins prevent goals from fading away and also give a chance to tweak things that aren't working well. And when you realize you are on track, e.g., you've had date night consistently, or you saved the amount you aimed for this quarter, celebrate that success together. Be patient and flexible. Life happens. Don't let goals become a strict regime that causes stress or resentment. They're meant to enhance your relationship, not be a source of guilt. If you set a goal to run that marathon but an injury sidelines one of you, adjust the goal. Maybe switch to a biking event later, or make the goal healing and getting back into training gradually. If you plan to save X but an unforeseen expense hit, recalibrate the savings timeline rather than play the blame game. The key is staying united in the face of obstacles and adapting goals as needed. Hold each other gently accountable. Part of teamwork is reminding each other of the goals in a positive way. If your goal was to speak kindly and one of you slips into a snappy tone, a gentle nudge like, "Remember our pact, let's be kind," can help refocus. If the goal was a weekly call and your friend forgets, you might text, "Missed you on our call. Can we reschedule? Keeping our promise to talk regularly is important to me." The tone matters. Supportive, not scolding. Also acknowledge each other's efforts. I really appreciate that you've been sticking to our plan of cooking at home. It's showing me how committed you are to our goal. Use tools, if helpful. This could be a shared calendar with reminders for those date nights or calls, a savings tracker app for a joint financial goal, or even a sticker chart, why not, for something like how many days you successfully practiced a new habit. Some couples literally put a gold star on the calendar on days they had a positive interaction goal met, like both got home by 6 p.m. and spent the evening together instead of working late. Tools can externalize the reminder so it's not one person nagging the other. Celebrating goals and setting new ones. When you reach a goal, celebrate it. This is a crucial step that reinforces your ability to achieve things together. If you save the money, treat yourselves with a small portion of it for a nice evening out, or enjoy the house you bought with a housewarming party. If you wanted to improve communication and you see real progress, acknowledge it explicitly. We've done so well at talking things out without fighting. I'm really proud of us. If you aim to have more fun together and you did a bunch of new activities this year, maybe create a little photo album or digital slideshow of memories from all those outings and watch it together, reliving the highlights. For kids or family goals, celebrate in age-appropriate ways. Sticker charts leading to a reward, a special dessert when the family meets a goal for the month, etc. After one set of goals is achieved, or if you find some no longer relevant, set new ones. Relationships are dynamic, so goals will evolve too. Maybe you met a 5-year goal of getting out of debt. Now you can set a goal for a dream vacation or starting a family, or perhaps you successfully instituted a weekly hangout with friends. The new goal could be a big joint trip next year. Continuously having something you're working toward or looking forward to together keeps the relationship forward-looking and energized. Practical exercises and tips, goal setting in action. Create a relationship bucket list. Sit together and list experiences or achievements you want to share as a pair or family or group in your lifetime, no matter how big or small, from visit Japan to learn to salsa dance together or watch a sunrise on the beach as a family. This is a fun dream big exercise. Once you have your bucket list, pick 1 or 2 items you can realistically start working towards now and set them as goals with a timeline. Yearly goal retreat or meeting. Once a year, perhaps around New Year or an anniversary, have a special meeting where you review your relationship goals and set new ones. This could be a literal retreat, a weekend away for a couple, or a friend's camping trip where you also talk life goals, or simply a cozy night in with tea and notebooks. Reflect on the past year. What went well in our relationship? What could we improve? Then set a few intentions or goals for the next year. Write them down and revisit them at the next annual meeting. Use visual reminders. If you have concrete goals, put reminders in your environment. For example, if you're saving for a trip, put a picture of the destination on your fridge. If your goal is to communicate with empathy, maybe the word listen or teamwork on a sticky note in a place you'll see it before conversations. If your family's goal is more kindness at home, consider a bulletin board where people can post thank you notes or kind acts for each other to reinforce the positive goal. Public commitment, if appropriate. Sometimes sharing a goal with others can increase accountability and support. For instance, a couple might tell their close friends, "We're aiming to do 100 days of daily walks together to improve our health and connection." The friends can encourage and ask about it, or a family might announce a collective goal like, "We're volunteering together once a month this year. Hold us to it." Use discretion. Not every goal is for public consumption, but involving a supportive community can bolster your resolve. Flexible goal setting. Try a format like setting one goal in different categories with your partner friend each month. For example, each month decide on one fun goal, like try a new recipe, one connection goal, like have a deep conversation about a meaningful topic or go on a date, and maybe one self-improvement goal, like individually read a chapter of a personal growth book and discuss. Changing it up monthly keeps things fresh and allows you to address various aspects in bite sizes. Remember, the purpose of relationship goals is to bring you closer and make your shared life richer. Keep the goals positive, focusing on what you want to increase or achieve, not just what to avoid, and keep each other's happiness in mind. Achieving goals is great, but even the process of working toward them, if done with cooperation and goodwill, can greatly strengthen your relationship. With effective communication, trust, boundaries, emotional intimacy, conflict resolution, and clear goals, you have built a solid toolkit for a thriving relationship. In the next chapters, we'll apply these principles to specific relationship contexts, starting with romantic partnerships, where many of these concepts come together in unique ways. Chapter 9. Strengthening Romantic Partnerships. Romantic relationships hold a special place in many people's lives, often providing intimacy, companionship, and support at the deepest level. Whether you're dating, engaged, newly married, or decades into a partnership, building and maintaining a strong romantic relationship takes ongoing effort and care. We've discussed many universal relationship skills in earlier chapters: communication, trust, boundaries, intimacy, conflict resolution, and all of these are absolutely vital in a romantic context. In this chapter, we'll focus on how to specifically apply and deepen these concepts in romantic partnerships, as well as address unique aspects like sustaining romance, navigating shared life decisions, and keeping love alive through life's changes. Building a strong foundation of friendship and respect. Research by relationship expert John Gottman and others shows that at the core of lasting romantic relationships is often a strong friendship. This means genuinely liking each other as people, enjoying each other's company, and having mutual respect and fondness. Know each other deeply. Continue to learn about your partner even as years go by. Gottman uses the term love maps to describe understanding your partner's inner world, their history, hopes, worries, and daily life experiences. Ask questions and really listen. What are their current ambitions or stresses at work? Who are their closest friends now? How have their tastes changed or stayed the same? By staying curious and updated, you keep the connection strong. Express fondness and admiration. Don't let loving thoughts stay in your head, say them. Compliment your partner sincerely and often. You look so nice today in that outfit. Or, I love how you always know how to make me laugh. Or, thank you for working so hard for our family. I really appreciate it. Regular positive affirmations create a culture of appreciation rather than criticism. It also helps to reminisce about positive memories. I was thinking about our first date today. It still makes me smile. It reinforces the narrative of your relationship's love and why you're together. Show basic respect. It might sound obvious, but sometimes people speak to or treat their long-term partner in ways they'd never treat a friend or even a stranger, interrupting, dismissing opinions, or being inconsiderate. Commit to basic courtesies, say please and thank you, let them finish speaking, value their perspective even if you disagree. Respect in daily interactions builds trust and safety. If you disagree on something, do so respectfully. Attack the issue, not the person. A respectful tone lays the groundwork that even when passion or tempers flare, a baseline of honor remains intact. Communication and emotional safety. Open, honest communication is perhaps even more crucial in romance because the level of interdependence is high and topics can get very personal. Be open about needs and feelings. Partners aren't mind readers. If something is bothering you, bring it up in a kind way rather than letting resentment build. Similarly, express your needs for affection, support, space, etc. For example, I've been feeling a bit lonely lately. Can we plan a special evening for just us? Or, I love you and I also realize I need some alone time each week to recharge. Can we work that into our routine? When both people openly share their internal experiences, it prevents the distance that comes from silent resentments or unmet needs. Listen with empathy, not defensiveness. If your partner comes to you with a concern or hurt, try to put aside knee-jerk defenses and really hear them. Make it safe for them to share by responding with understanding. For instance, I hear that you felt ignored at the party when I spent a lot of time talking to my friends. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Thank you for telling me. I can see why you felt that way. Once they feel heard, then you can explain your view if needed. The key is that both of you feel it's emotionally safe to bring things up. Nothing gets you immediately attacked or dismissed. This safety encourages continuous honest communication rather than bottling things up. Discuss expectations. Many conflicts in couples arise from mismatched expectations that were never clearly discussed about finances, roles, intimacy, family involvement, etc. It's worthwhile to proactively talk about these areas. For instance, what are each of your expectations around money management? How do you view division of household chores? How much time do you expect to spend together versus apart with friends, hobbies? What does fidelity mean to each of you in this relationship? These conversations, ideally before issues arise, ensure you're on the same page or at least aware of differences to negotiate. It's much easier to handle an issue when you've pre-agreed on how to approach it, e.g., we agreed we'd consult each other on purchases over $500, so I should have talked to you first about buying this. My mistake. Use we language. In couples, framing challenges as shared problems. How can we solve this? Rather than you versus me goes a long way. For example, instead of, you spend too much, you're ruining our budget. Try, we seem to be struggling to save money lately. Can we look at our budget together and figure it out? This reinforces that you're a team. tackling life side by side, not adversaries. Even in arguments, phrases like, "we have a misunderstanding," or "we both want to resolve this," keep unity and focus. Keeping the romance and intimacy alive. One common concern in long-term relationships is losing that spark or sense of romance that was abundant early on. While it's natural for the intense infatuation to mellow, love can deepen in other ways, but it does take intention to keep romance alive. A newlywed couple embraces at sunset, symbolizing the closeness and romance that couples strive to maintain over time. One common concern in long-term relationships is losing that spark of early romance as time goes by. While it's natural for the intense infatuation to mellow, love can deepen in other ways, but it does take intention to keep the romance alive. Prioritize quality time and novelty. Amid jobs, kids, and chores, romance can fall by the wayside if not actively prioritized. Have date nights or special time just for the two of you, ideally every week or two. Even if it's at home after kids sleep, make it feel date-like. Nice dinner, candles, a movie. Also, try new things together regularly. New restaurants, visiting different places, taking a class together. Novel experiences stimulate dopamine and can recreate some of that excitement from when everything you did together was new. Affection and small gestures. Physical affection, holding hands, hugging, kissing, shouldn't be reserved only for sexual moments. Daily touches maintain closeness and warmth. Little romantic gestures can mean a lot. Leaving a love note in their bag, spontaneously saying "I love you" out of the blue, buying their favorite treat on the way home, sending a sweet or flirty text during the day. These small acts show that you still think of them romantically and not just as a roommate or co-parent. They keep emotional and physical intimacy intertwined. Understand each other's love languages. People feel loved in different ways. Concept popularized by Gary Chapman's The 5 Love Languages. Words of affirmation, acts of service, receiving gifts, quality time, physical touch. You might instinctively give love in the way you like to receive it, but your partner might have a different primary language. Discuss what makes each of you feel most loved and try to do those things for each other. For example, if your partner's top love language is acts of service, they might feel especially loved when you help out with chores without being asked. If it's words of affirmation, they might treasure a heartfelt note or compliment. Tailoring your efforts to what speaks to them ensures the romance hits the mark. Keep sexual intimacy healthy. A fulfilling sex life often waxes and wanes over a long relationship, and that's normal. The key is communication and willingness to adapt. Talk openly but sensitively about desires, frequency, and any issues. Be understanding of each other's changes. Stress, health, age can affect libido. Instead of viewing a decline in frequency as a catastrophe, address it as a team. Perhaps schedule intimate nights if spontaneity is hard with a busy life, or work on other forms of closeness like cuddling, massage, or extended foreplay to maintain physical connection. Sometimes seeking advice from a therapist or reading books together on maintaining sexual intimacy can give new ideas. The main point is to prioritize physical intimacy in whatever form is mutually satisfying, because it's a unique bonding aspect of romantic relationships. Surprise and delight. Don't underestimate the power of surprises. Surprising your partner with something you know they'd love, a weekend getaway, tickets to see their favorite band, breakfast in bed, can reignite romantic feelings. It shows you're putting in effort like you did in the early days. Similarly, random acts of romance just because, not only on birthdays or Valentine's, keep the romance from feeling obligatory. It could be as simple as coming home with flowers on a random Tuesday or setting up a candlelit dinner at home for no special reason other than you adore them. Navigating challenges unique to romantic relationships. Romantic partnerships come with certain common challenges. Being proactive and united in handling them helps you weather storms. Jealousy and trust issues. If one partner struggles with jealousy or there's been a breach of trust, like infidelity or lying about something important, it's critical to address it head on. As discussed, rebuilding trust requires transparency and time. Both should affirm commitment and possibly set agreed boundaries that make the insecure partner more comfortable. For example, sharing more about daily interactions or agreeing on what's appropriate with friends of the opposite sex, etc. The jealous partner also must work on their self-esteem and trust. Constant accusations or snooping can poison the relationship. Sometimes couples counseling is very beneficial in navigating this sensitive terrain, as it provides neutral ground to work through fears and boundaries. Different backgrounds or values. Couples often come from different family cultures or have personality differences. One's a spender, one's a saver, one's very punctual, the other more laid back about time. Different religions or upbringing styles. These can cause friction unless openly addressed. Focus on core values you share, e.g., you both value family, but express it differently, and negotiate the rest. For instance, if one values family dinner nightly, and the other grew up eating whenever, you might agree on a compromise. Family dinner on certain nights, flexibility on others. Respect each other's backgrounds. What's normal for one may not be for the other. Think of it as creating your own relationship culture that blends both of you. If certain differences, like religion or major life goals, are significant, discuss them thoroughly. Maybe you decide to support each other's differences, attend each other's religious events, etc., or you outline how to raise children in a mixed belief home. Understanding and planning for differences prevents them from eroding the relationship. Life transitions, marriage, kids, etc. Big changes test couples. Getting married itself can come with adjustments, navigating in-laws, merging finances. Having a baby changes routines, priorities, and can drastically cut into couple time. Other transitions, like one partner returning to school, moving cities for a job, or retirement, can shift the dynamic. The key is to face transitions together. Keep communicating feelings, excited, anxious, overwhelmed. Divide responsibilities fairly and maintain your connection through the change. Even short daily check-ins or affection during a busy newborn period help. Also, be patient with each other. People handle changes differently. If one partner is less immediately enamored with caring for a newborn, maybe they feel clumsy or it hasn't hit them yet, it doesn't mean they love the family less. It may come with time, or they show love in other ways, like doing laundry at 3 a.m. Give each other grace to find your footing in new roles. Balancing togetherness and individuality. Couples need time together and personal space. Too much togetherness can lead to feeling suffocated, too little to feeling distant. Periodically discuss if the balance feels off. Maybe one partner misses the other and wants more shared activities, while the other feels they haven't had a night out with friends in ages. Both needs are valid. Work out a plan that includes both couple time and separate pursuits. Supporting each other's individual interests, as mentioned in Chapter 7, not only prevents resentment, but also gives you each fresh experiences to bring back into the relationship. For example, if your partner takes a weekend workshop alone, they return recharged and perhaps with interesting things to share. Balance is about quality as much as quantity. Ensure the time together is truly connecting, not just sitting silently watching TV, and the time apart is respected and not begrudged. Presenting as a team. In a healthy romance, especially in marriage, it's important to show unity in public or with family. That means not bad-mouthing your partner to others. If you need to vent, choose one confidant and do it sparingly, or better, address the issue directly with your partner. It also means supporting each other in social or family scenarios. If your spouse is in conflict with someone, don't immediately side against them in front of others. Talk privately if you disagree. Show that you have each other's backs. For example, with in-laws, if a parent is criticizing your spouse, stand up for your spouse or redirect gracefully. Being a team doesn't mean you can't disagree, but it means you handle disagreements respectfully and often privately, and present a united front on big issues like parenting, at least in front of the kids. This team mindset strengthens trust. You both feel we're in this together. Continuing to grow together. As discussed in Chapter 7, one risk in long-term relationships is growing apart. Some tips geared to romantic partners: keep sharing life goals. Make sure to update each other on how your life dreams may evolve and find new shared goals. Couples who actively work towards something together, raising kids, building a business, saving for a home, planning a bucket list trip, etc., tend to stay more connected. It gives a sense of partnership beyond the daily chores. Sit down every so often and ask, what do we want the next few years to look like? Are there things we both want to achieve or experience? This ensures you're not unknowingly drifting in different directions without discussion. Check the State of the Union. Some couples benefit from a weekly or monthly "How are we doing, Saul?" chat. Perhaps on Sunday nights ask, "How are you feeling about us? Anything you've been missing or wanting more of in our relationship? And what's something you appreciated this week about our relationship?" These mini reviews keep you proactive. It might feel awkward at first, but it can catch issues early. E.g., "I've been feeling we've spent less time together and I miss you. Can we plan a fun date soon?" And also reinforce the positives. "I loved that we went on a walk Thursday. It really made me happy." Seek help early if needed. There's still some stigma about couples therapy, but think of it as a tune-up or workshop for your relationship. If you find yourself stuck in negative patterns, constant bickering, cold silence, repeated arguments over the same thing, a skilled therapist can provide tools to break out of it. It doesn't mean you're failing. It means you care enough to improve. Many couples say they wish they'd gone sooner, not waited until things were dire. Even a few sessions can bring new insight. Similarly, attending a relationship class or retreat or reading a self-help book together can fortify your bond. The point is to be intentional about nurturing the relationship, not just hoping it will run fine on autopilot forever. Never stop courting each other. This is a romantic way to summarize a lot of the above. Continue to treat your partner with the attentiveness, thoughtfulness, and love that you did when you were first trying to win their heart. Say "I love you" often. Surprise them occasionally. Plan fun things. Compliment them. Flirt with them. It's easy to get comfortable and assume they're not going anywhere. But taking someone for granted can slowly kill the spark. Instead, act as if you're still trying to impress them and they you, not from insecurity, but from a place of cherishing your partner. That mutual effort creates a continuously fulfilling partnership even as wrinkles and gray hairs come in. Practical exercises and tips for romantic partners. Daily compliment or appreciation. Make it a rule that once a day you each say something positive to the other. It could be about their appearance, something they did, or simply thanking them for being who they are. This simple habit ensures a baseline of positive interaction no matter how busy or stressed you are. Regular date nights with a twist. Schedule a consistent date, weekly, bi-weekly, whatever works. To keep it from becoming routine, take turns planning and occasionally make it a mystery date, where one surprises the other with the activity. It could be as low-key as a picnic at a new park or as elaborate as a surprise weekend trip. The anticipation and novelty will bring back excitement. The 6-second kiss or 20-second hug. Gottman suggests that a daily 6-second kiss, long enough to be a meaningful connecting kiss, can do wonders for maintaining intimacy. Similarly, a long hug releases oxytocin, which fosters bonding. It might feel a bit goofy to count 1001, but give it a try. Instead of the quick peck goodbye, hold the kiss a little longer and more mindfully, or extend that hug and breathe together. It can rekindle a bit of that spark and remind you both physically of your connection. Love Language Challenge. If you've identified each other's love languages, create a challenge where for 1 week, each of you does 1 act a day that speaks to the other's love language. For example, if one's is acts of service, maybe you take their car to get washed, or cook their favorite meal without being asked. If one's is words, maybe you write a short love note or text something you appreciate about them each day. After the week, discuss how it felt. You may find new effective ways of making each other feel loved, joint vision board or timeline. As a fun project, make a collage or digital board of images and words representing your future goals together. Travel photos, house ideas, words like health, joy, a picture representing a future family or retirement spot, etc. Or draw a timeline of your relationship. Mark when you met, key moments, and then extend it into things you hope to experience together. Put it up somewhere private if you like. This visually reaffirms that you have a shared journey, a story you're writing together. It can be motivating and bonding to literally see your dreams side by side. Conflict code word. Develop a code word or phrase to use during arguments when one of you needs a break or feels things are getting out of hand. It could be something lighthearted like timeout or pineapple. Anything you both agree is a signal to pause. The rule is when someone says the code word, both stop and perhaps take that break, or take 3 deep breaths together. This pre-agreed signal can help diffuse escalations. It only works if both respect it, no using it just to shut the other up permanently, only to pause and regroup. It shows that you prioritize protecting the relationship over winning the fight. Romantic relationships at their best provide a wellspring of love, comfort, and joy in life. By consciously nurturing your partnership, treating each other with kindness, keeping communication open, maintaining romance, and working through challenges hand in hand, you create a love that not only lasts but also grows more fulfilling as time goes on. Next, we'll explore family relationships and dynamics where love is abundant but can also be complex as we navigate bonds with parents, siblings, children, and extended family. Chapter 10: Family Relationships and Dynamics. Family relationships are among the most enduring and emotionally charged connections in our lives. They can bring immense love, support, and a sense of belonging, but they can also be complicated by history, differing personalities, and generational gaps. Whether it's your relationship with your parents, your siblings, your children, or extended relatives, maintaining healthy family relationships requires understanding, patience, and clear communication. In this chapter, we will explore strategies for strengthening familial bonds, navigating common family challenges, and setting healthy boundaries when needed to ensure those bonds remain positive. A loving family moment. Parents joyfully lift their baby, reflecting the strong bonds and unconditional love in family life. The bond between parents and children changes significantly over the course of life. Early years, trust and affection. In infancy and childhood, the foundation is built on love, protection, and trust. Parents who provide consistent care, attention, and affection typically foster a secure attachment, meaning the child feels safe and knows they can rely on their parent. At this stage, communication is largely about emotional tone and simple expressions of love, hugs, soothing words. Building a strong connection here sets the stage for the later years. Adolescence, independence versus guidance. The teen years can be notoriously challenging. Adolescents are striving for independence and forming their identity, which sometimes leads to pushing back against parental authority or advice. Conflict often arises over issues like freedom, curfews, friends, and values. For parents, it's crucial to strike a balance, provide guidance and set reasonable limits for safety, but also grant increasing autonomy and show respect for the teen's growing agency. Open communication is key. Listening to your teen's perspective without immediately judging or lecturing can keep channels open. It helps to negotiate rules where appropriate together so they feel a sense of control and fairness. Remember that a teenager's rebellion is often not personal hate toward parents, but a normal developmental push for self-direction. Adulthood, friendship, and mutual respect. Once children become adults, the dynamic ideally shifts to a more equal footing. Parents must learn to let go of control and trust the adults their children have become. Adult children, meanwhile, often come to appreciate their parents in a new light and can build a friendship on top of the familial bond. Maintaining a good adult relationship requires both sides to respect boundaries, e.g., parents should offer advice only when asked, or at least phrase it as a suggestion, not an instruction. And adult children should remember that communication and visits are now voluntary, so making an effort to stay connected is important. It might mean scheduling a weekly call or regular visits, especially if distance is involved. Empathy is important both ways. The parent may have feelings of empty nest or uncertainty of their role now, and the adult child may be juggling many responsibilities. Acknowledge each other's life stages and find new ways to connect. Maybe bonding over shared interests as fellow adults, collaborating on a project, or simply enjoying grown-up conversations without the old parent-child power dynamic. Role reversals in caregiving. As parents age, sometimes adult children step into a caregiving role. This can be emotionally complex. The child is used to the parent being the caretaker, and now the roles are reversing in some ways. Handling this requires sensitivity. Even if you're managing aspects of your parent's life, healthcare, finances, involve them in decisions as much as possible to preserve their dignity and independence. For the aging parent, accepting help can be hard. Open conversations about preferences and fears can ease this transition. It's also a time to cherish and reinforce the bond, sharing family history, expressing love and gratitude, and making the most of the time together. Many families find that caregiving, while stressful, also brings moments of closeness and meaning, like hearing more stories of your parents' youth during a quiet afternoon together. Sibling relationships, from rivalry to lifelong friendship. Siblings are often our first peers, people we share a childhood environment with, and these relationships can take many forms. Childhood rivalry. It's very common for siblings to squabble as kids over toys, parental attention, who gets the front seat, etc. While some rivalry is normal, parents can mitigate it by avoiding constant comparisons. "Why can't you be more like your sister?" is a big no-no. Ensuring each child feels uniquely valued and heard, and teaching conflict resolution skills early. Use your words, take turns, etc. Setting aside special one-on-one time with each child can reduce feelings of competition for attention. Encourage teamwork between siblings with joint tasks or cooperative games, and emphasize fairness, not necessarily treating them exactly the same, but giving them equitable attention and privileges appropriate to their age and needs. Diverging paths. As siblings grow up, they might become very different people, different interests, career paths, lifestyles. This can sometimes lead to distance if not acknowledged. It's important for siblings to respect each other's individuality rather than expect each other to be clones, celebrating each other's successes even if they're in completely different arenas. One sibling might be starting a business while another starts a family, for example. Fosters mutual respect. Stay curious about each other's lives, ask questions, and show interest, even if it's not something you personally relate to. Your sibling might have a career in politics and you have zero interest in politics. Still, asking how their campaign is going shows you care about them as a person. Supporting each other. Siblings can be a great source of support because they understand your family background intimately. In adulthood, many siblings become close friends, leaning on each other during tough times such as a parent's illness or just being confidants about life in general. If you're lucky to have a positive sibling relationship, nurture it by keeping in touch, regular calls, visits when possible, and making new memories together, not just reminiscing on old ones, though reminiscing can be bonding too. If your sibling relationship was strained in youth, adulthood can sometimes be a chance to reset and connect on new terms, especially as you both mature and possibly empathize more with each other's experiences. Sometimes working on a project together, like organizing a surprise anniversary party for your parents, can rekindle teamwork and closeness. Handling conflict or strain. Not all siblings naturally get along. If there are long-standing conflicts, consider addressing them directly if both are willing. Sometimes an honest conversation about past hurts, with an openness to forgive, can clear the air even after years. If direct discussion is too hard, writing a letter can be a way to articulate your feelings without immediate defensiveness. Whether you send it or not, it might clarify your own feelings. Setting boundaries might be needed with a sibling who is overly critical or meddling. Just because you're family doesn't mean you must accept toxic behavior. Communicate boundaries gently. I value our relationship, but I need you to respect that I make my own decisions about my personal life. In cases of deep-seated issues, sometimes family therapy can help siblings heal their relationship or at least improve understanding and civility. Extended family and in-laws, expanding the circle. When you marry or your siblings marry, families expand to include in-laws, and as generations progress, you might have cousins, aunts, uncles, etc. as part of your support network or social circle. Building in-law relationships. Marrying into a family can be like learning a new culture. There are different traditions, expectations, and ways of communicating. Approach in-law relationships with an open mind and goodwill. Try to learn what's important to your partner's family, maybe big Sunday dinners or certain holiday customs, and show respect for those. Find common interests with your in-laws if you can. Maybe you and your father-in-law both love sports, or you and your sister-in-law are both into the same TV series. It's okay if you don't become extremely close. Aim for mutual respect and pleasant interaction. If conflicts arise, a common one is feeling that a mother-in-law is too interfering, for instance, speak with your spouse first to approach it as a team. Often, the biological family member is the one who should gently communicate any needed boundaries to avoid the in-law feeling attacked by the outsider. For example, if a parent is dropping by unannounced too often and it bothers you, your spouse could say to their parent, "We love your visits, but please give us a call beforehand to make sure it's a good time." Balancing time and traditions. A frequent family stressor is how to split time between families, especially during holidays or major life events. Honest communication and fair compromise are needed. Perhaps you alternate which family you spend Thanksgiving versus Christmas with, or you host and invite both sides together if possible. That can be wonderful or stressful depending on dynamics. Be fair and understanding of each other's attachments. Maybe one side has a particularly important Christmas Eve tradition the other doesn't mind accommodating every year, while the other side cares more about spending New Year's together. Create new traditions as a couple or nuclear family too, so you don't feel all holidays are dictated by extended family. Communicate plans early and clearly to avoid hurt feelings. You might say to your in-laws, "We've decided to spend this holiday with my family, but we'll come visit you for New Year's weekend," for example. Cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents. These extended relationships can add richness to life. Staying connected might require effort as families spread out geographically. Consider organizing family reunions or at least keeping in touch through group chats or social media for day-to-day sharing. Encourage bonds between the younger generation and their extended kin, like kids getting to know their cousins or having special outings with grandparents. Those multi-generational ties can provide a sense of identity and support. Children often love hearing stories from grandma or playing with cousins at gatherings. If you have an extended family member who is lonely or aging, checking in on them or helping out is a way of strengthening family bonds and showing care beyond your immediate circle. That being said, if certain extended family relationships are toxic or draining, say a very negative uncle or an overly nosy aunt, it's acceptable to set gentle limits on how often or in what context you engage with them, focusing on more positive connections. Family conflict and difficult dynamics. Because of the strong emotions and history involved, family conflicts can be intense and hurtful. Some common difficult scenarios and tips. Generational disagreements. It's common for parents and adult children, or grandparents and younger generations, to disagree on things like lifestyle, politics, or parenting techniques. Try to find common ground and focus on love over differences. If visits always devolve into political arguments, for instance, it might be worth mutually agreeing to avoid those topics, or if that's not possible, to approach them with curiosity instead of trying to convince each other. For example, "I really want to understand why you feel that way," rather than "you're wrong." Setting boundaries on topics can save relationships. "Mom, I respect your viewpoint. Can we agree to disagree and not let it ruin our time together?" It can also help to remind each other of shared values. We both care about helping people, we just see different ways to do it, to maintain respect. Playing peacemaker or being stuck in the middle. Sometimes you might find yourself in between other feuding family members, e.g., two siblings not speaking, or a parent-child spat where you're the sibling or spouse caught in the middle. It's important not to get drawn into taking sides in a way that damages your own relationships. Encourage them to talk to each other directly. Set boundaries if they try to use you as a messenger or to badmouth the other constantly. "I understand you're upset with Anna, but I'm not comfortable being in the middle. I hope you two can work it out. I really care about you both." You can offer perspective or facilitate a dialogue if appropriate. "Maybe she didn't mean it the way you think. Want me to help clarify it together?" but ultimately they have to resolve their own conflict. Protect your own stress level by not internalizing their fight. It's their issue. Toxic family members. Unfortunately, not all relatives are healthy for us to be around. If a family member is consistently abusive, manipulative, or disrespectful of boundaries, it's okay and sometimes necessary to distance yourself for your own well-being. This can be very hard given the emphasis on family first, but your mental health matters. If you decide to limit contact or cut off a toxic family member, try to do it with as little drama as possible. Perhaps gradually reduce interactions or respond briefly and neutrally to them, or if needed, have a direct conversation. For example, "Uncle, I feel hurt when you make comments about my weight every time. I've asked you to stop and you haven't, so I'm going to be spending less time here because I need to take care of myself." You might get pushback. "We're family, how could you?" But remember, no one is entitled to mistreat you. Focus on supportive family relationships and perhaps create a chosen family of supportive friends if your blood family is lacking. Sometimes the best you can do is love toxic family from a safe distance. Forgiveness and acceptance. Families often carry old wounds. Maybe a parent wasn't emotionally available or a sibling once betrayed your trust. If you decide to maintain the relationship, working towards forgiveness for your own peace can lighten the load. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or that it was okay. It means you choose to let go of constant resentment. This might involve some honest talks or simply a personal decision to not dwell on it and instead focus on how the person is now. Acceptance is also key. Your family members likely aren't going to fundamentally change at a certain point. An older parent is probably going to continue offering unsolicited advice. You can choose to roll your eyes privately, but not fight it every time. Understanding it comes from love. A sibling may always be a bit flaky. You learn to remind them and have backup plans instead of taking it as a personal slight. By accepting certain family quirks or limitations, you free yourself from being perpetually frustrated. Of course, distinguish between traits that are merely annoying, which can be accepted, and ones that are unacceptable, which require boundaries or distance. Creating a healthy family environment. If you're a parent or part of a household now, you have the chance to set the tone for your immediate family. Communicate as a family. Have family meetings or at least open discussions where everyone, including kids, can share thoughts and feelings. This teaches children early that their voice matters and helps solve family issues collaboratively. For instance, if mornings are chaotic, call a meeting and brainstorm solutions together. Maybe one child suggests picking clothes out the night before, a parent suggests a family checklist for leaving the house. Everyone feels involved in the solution, which increases buy-in. Quality family time. In the hustle of life, make sure to have dedicated family time. Dinners together with devices off, a weekly game or movie night, weekend outings when possible. Positive experiences strengthen bonds and create a sense of team. When kids feel close to parents and siblings through fun interactions, they're more likely to open up when serious matters arise. It doesn't have to be expensive. Even a 30-minute walk or playing a free board game counts. Model the behavior you want. Children and younger relatives learn how to treat others by watching how adults in the family treat each other. Model respect, empathy, and healthy conflict resolution with your spouse and with them. If you lose your cool and yell, apologize to your kids. This teaches them humility and how to make amends. If you want siblings to be kind to each other, make sure you're speaking kindly to your siblings or your spouse. Family values are caught as much as taught. Maintain boundaries for privacy and respect. Even within a family, everyone needs some personal space and respect for individuality. Perhaps a teenager wants their room to be a private space. Knock before entering, for instance. Perhaps parents need quiet time after work. Explain that to the kids and maybe set them up with an activity for a half hour. Teach kids about consent and boundaries in simple ways. Maybe one child doesn't want hugs sometimes. Allow them that say over their body. Also respect each child's unique personality. Don't try to mold the quiet child to be more outgoing like their brother or vice versa. A family that respects each person's boundaries and traits makes each member feel valued and safe. build family identity and traditions. Create positive family traditions that give everyone a sense of belonging and something to look forward to. It could be elaborate, like an annual vacation, or simple, like pizza and a movie on Fridays, or volunteering together every summer. Having a few things that are our family's thing fosters unity and pride. It's never too late to start one, even if it's just each year on each person's birthday. Everyone else shares something they appreciate about them. Traditions can be silly or serious as long as they're meaningful to your family. Practical exercises and tips, enhancing family bonds. One-on-one dates. If you have multiple family members, multiple kids or kids and aging parents, etc., schedule occasional one-on-one outings or activities with each. For instance, a parent can take one child out for ice cream or a walk, then next week do something with the other child. If you're an adult with both parents alive, take each parent separately to do something they enjoy, say a round of golf with dad, a shopping trip with mom. This focus time strengthens individual relationships within the family and makes that person feel special and heard. Family gratitude. Jar. Place a jar in a common area with paper and pens nearby. Family members can drop notes in at any time saying something they appreciate about the family or a specific member. Maybe once a week or at Sunday dinner, open the jar and read the notes together. It creates a habit of looking for the good in each other and expressing thanks. Kids often get a kick out of it. I love that Jimmy helped me with my homework this week. Thanks, Jimmy. Resolve a past issue, letter or conversation. If there's a lingering past hurt with a family member, consider writing them a heartfelt letter that explains your perspective and, if you can, offers forgiveness or a desire to move forward. You may choose to send it or simply use it as a script for an in-person talk. Sometimes family members don't realize how an old event affected you, or they assume you've moved on. Bringing it up to truly put it to rest, instead of holding a grudge in silence, can be liberating. Approach it with an open heart. The goal is understanding and healing, not dredging up blame. If they're receptive, this can significantly deepen your relationship. If not, you at least know you tried, and you might find some personal closure in expressing it. Genogram or family tree project. Take an interest in your extended family's stories. Work together as a family to create a family tree or genogram, a diagram of family relationships and sometimes traits. Research your ancestry or ask older relatives to tell you about their lives and ancestors. This can be a bonding activity between generations. Kids might find it cool to learn that great-grandpa was an inventor or that grandma overcame huge challenges. It can give everyone a sense of roots and shared identity. Display the family tree or make a little book of family stories. It emphasizes that being family means you're part of something bigger across time. Set family goals and celebrate them. Similar to Chapter 8's advice on goals, involve the whole family in a common goal. For example, let's set a goal to reduce our screen time and do 3 family activities a week this summer. Or, let's save up for a big trip next year and everyone can contribute in some way. Make a chart to track progress, maybe a sticker for each family activity completed or each savings milestone. When you reach the goal, celebrate together. Go on that trip or have a fun day out. Achieving goals as a family builds teamwork and a sense of accomplishment. Plus, it can create lasting positive memories. Family relationships are often the longest relationships we have, and they form a tapestry of support, identity, and sometimes challenge. By communicating with empathy, respecting each person's individuality, and creating a family culture of love and respect, you can strengthen your family bonds across the years. Even if your family relationships are not perfect, whose are? Small improvements can yield significant warmth and healing. In the next chapter, we'll shift focus to friendships and social connections, relationships of choice that play a crucial role in our happiness and support network. Chapter 11, Friendships and Social Connections. Friends are the family we choose. Strong friendships enrich our lives in countless ways, providing laughter, support, understanding, and a sense of belonging, Unlike family, friendships are entirely voluntary, which means they require mutual effort and care to initiate and sustain. In this chapter, we'll discuss how to form new friendships as an adult, how to deepen and maintain those bonds over time, how to handle conflicts or toxic situations in friendships, and why investing in platonic relationships is so valuable for our emotional well-being. Close friends share a laugh together, illustrating the joy and camaraderie of strong friendship. Friends are the family we choose. Strong friendships enrich our lives in countless ways, providing laughter, support, understanding, and a sense of belonging. Unlike family relationships, which we're born into, friendships are entirely voluntary, which means they require mutual effort and care to initiate and sustain. Many people find that making new friends in adulthood can be challenging. In childhood and school, circumstances naturally throw you together with peers. In adulthood, you have to be more intentional. Making and developing friendships as an adult. Find opportunities for connection. Put yourself in situations where you can meet people with shared interests or values. This might include joining a club or group, a book club, sports league, hobby class, volunteering for a cause you care about, attending community events, or even socializing with colleagues after work. Proximity and repeated interactions are key ingredients. Seeing the same faces regularly can spark familiarity that leads to friendship. Be open and approachable. Smile, make eye contact, and initiate light conversation. It can feel awkward, but most adults are receptive to friendly overtures because many are in the same boat of wanting more connection. Ask questions and show genuine curiosity about the other person. People generally appreciate being listened to. For example, if you see the same person at your gym each week, you might start with, "I see you here often. How do you like the classes?" and gradually progress to chatting more. Eventually, you might suggest grabbing a coffee or going for a run together. It requires a bit of bravery to make that first move, but often the other person is grateful you did. Take initiative. Don't be afraid to be the one who suggests moving from acquaintance to friend. This can be as simple as saying, "We should hang out sometime. Would you like to grab lunch next week?" Yes, it can feel like asking someone out on a platonic date, and in a way it is. Not everyone will reciprocate. People's schedules and capacities vary, but many will be flattered and happy to. The key is not to take it personally if one person doesn't bite. Keep being open and trying with others. Leverage existing networks. Sometimes you can expand your circle by befriending friends of friends. If you're invited to a gathering where you only know the host, go and meet their other friends there. Or ask a good friend to introduce you to others, e.g., "Hey, I've been looking for a hiking buddy. Do you know anyone who might be interested?" Shared connections often ease the process since you already have someone in common and a kind of built-in endorsement. Be patient. Friendship grows over time. You might click with someone immediately, but often deeper friendship evolves through consistent interactions and gradually increasing vulnerability. Don't rush to share your deepest secrets. Let the friendship deepen naturally. Initially, focus on spending time together and enjoying each other's company. As trust builds, you'll both start to open up more. Accept that not every acquaintance will become a close friend. Some will remain casual, and that's okay too. Aim to cultivate a few solid friendships rather than forcing closeness with everyone you meet. Being a good friend and deepening friendships. Forming a friendship is one part. Maintaining and strengthening it is where the real effort lies. Show up consistently. Reliability is a cornerstone of trust and friendship. This means keeping your plans or canceling with good reason and promptly rescheduling if you must, returning calls or messages in a reasonable time, and generally being present in your friend's life. If you vanish for months, the friendship may fade unless there's an understanding, e.g., you had a crazy work project, but even then, a quick "I miss you, think of you often, just swamped right now" text helps. Consistency builds the sense that you can count on each other. Listen and empathize. Being a good friend isn't just about having fun times, it's also about supporting each other through life's ups and downs. When your friend is sharing something important, whether excitement about a new relationship or stress about a sick parent, Give them your full attention. Listen to understand, not just to reply or fix things. Offer empathy first. That sounds so frustrating. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Or, I'm really happy for you. You deserve this success. Often friends just need a sounding board or a shoulder to cry on more than they need advice. If you're not sure, you can ask, do you want my perspective or do you just need to vent? I'm here for either. Reciprocity and balance. Over the long run, friendships should feel relatively balanced in terms of give and take. This doesn't mean everything is tit for tat. One friend might go through a crisis and receive a lot of support, and another time it's the reverse. But overall, both contribute to the relationship. Check in with yourself. Are you doing all the initiating of contact, or is the friend doing it all while you never reach out? If it's lopsided, gently adjust. You might mention, I noticed I've been the one texting first lately. I'd love to hear from you too. Or simply back off a bit and see if they reach out. Conversely, if you realize a friend has been making all the effort, step up, plan a get-together, send them a random check-in message, or find a way to help them out. Showing mutual care keeps resentment at bay and shows each of you that the other values the friendship. Vulnerability and trust. As friendships deepen, being able to share more personal parts of yourselves strengthens the bond. If you consider someone a close friend, take the risk to open up about something a bit deeper than usual. Maybe a fear you have, a mistake from your past, or an insecurity you usually hide. If they respond with understanding and support, your trust in them grows, and vice versa. Of course, gauge the timing. Oversharing with someone who isn't yet a close friend might be off-putting. But with a good friend, letting them see the real you, including the not-so-polished parts, forges a connection where you both feel you can be authentic without judgment. Celebrate their wins and mourn their losses. A good friend is not only there for the hard times, they also genuinely cheer on your successes. Sometimes jealousy can creep in if friends' lives diverge. One gets a great job, the other is unemployed. One finds love, the other is struggling in dating. It's important to manage those feelings on your own and still show up with joy for your friends' good news. Likewise, share in their sorrow or stress. If their pet dies, attend the little memorial they have. If they're swamped with a new baby, bring over a meal or offer help. Being consistently supportive in highs and lows cements that you are a true friend, not a fair-weather friend. Navigating conflict or changes in friendships. Even strong friendships can face conflict or drift. Address issues directly and kindly. If a friend did something that upset you, perhaps they told someone else something you told them in confidence, or they've been canceling plans last minute repeatedly, talk to them about it rather than stewing in resentment. Use I statements and stick to the behavior, not attacking them as a person. For example, I wanted to bring up something because I value our friendship. I felt hurt when the personal story I shared ended up being talked about at the party. I'm sure you didn't mean harm, but I share things with you expecting they stay between us. Avoid triangulating, complaining to other friends instead of to them. Most friends will appreciate the honesty and handle it well if approached calmly. It might be a misunderstanding you can clear up, or they might apologize and you both move on stronger. And if you're confronted by a friend, maybe they feel you've been distant or said something hurtful, try not to get defensive. Listen and see their point. A genuine, I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Thank you for telling me. I'll be more mindful, can heal things fast. Give space when needed. Sometimes friends naturally drift a bit due to life changes, a demanding job, a new relationship, moving away, a health issue. If you sense a friend pulling back, try not to take it personally. They might be dealing with something or simply have less bandwidth for a time. Stay available, send a thinking of you now and then, but respect their space. True friendships often ebb and flow, but the connection endures. When you do reconnect, try to pick up without guilt or bitterness. Haven't heard from you in forever, said accusatorily, won't help. Instead, savor catching up. If the distance bothers you greatly, you can gently say, I miss you. I know life is busy, but I'd love if we could find a little time to catch up soon. Good friends will respond to that. If not, you might have to accept that this friendship is in a more distant phase. Focus on other connections in the meantime. Accepting growth and differences. You and your friend might not always remain exactly the same in interests or lifestyle. One may marry and have kids while the other stays single. One might get sober while the other still parties, or one might change political views. Friendships can often weather differences if both people respect each other. Focus on what drew you together in the first place. Maybe a shared sense of humor or history. Allow each other to grow. For instance, if your friend is now very involved in parenting and you're not, you can still take interest in their kids because they care about them, and also find times to do kid-free hangouts. If values diverge strongly, e.g., one becomes devoutly religious and the other is atheist, sometimes friendships do fade if there's no mutual acceptance. But if the friendship matters, you can set certain boundaries. Maybe you agree not to debate religion and instead find other topics to bond over. Some differences you can just agree to disagree on. If someone's changed in ways that conflict with your core values, say they joined a group you find ethically abhorrent, it's okay for friendship to end. But often changes are just part of life. Try to embrace what's new about your friend rather than longing for the old them. When friendships fade or end, it's a reality that some friendships aren't lifelong. People drift, or sometimes a conflict or betrayal ends it. When a friendship fades without a clear breakup, it can feel sad, but you can still cherish the good times and perhaps leave the door open to reconnect in the future. Many old friends reconnect in later life via social media or reunions. If you want to maintain it, reach out occasionally to keep embers alive. If a friendship ends due to a conflict or harmful behavior, allow yourself to grieve it like any loss. Talk to someone about it or write about what you learned from it. Sometimes writing a letter you never send, expressing what the friendship meant and why you're hurt it's over, can bring closure. Wish them well, at least in your mind, to let go of bitterness. Then focus on nurturing other relationships. Just as in romance, not every friendship is meant to be lifelong. Value those that are and learn from those that aren't. Toxic friendships. We talk about toxic relationships in love and family, but it's worth noting friends can be toxic too. Signs include a friend who constantly puts you down or competes, who only contacts you when they need something, who guilt trips you for spending time with others, who violates your trust repeatedly, or whose drama and problems consistently drain you. If you realize a friendship is more hurtful than helpful, consider stepping back. You might attempt a boundaries conversation first. I feel disrespected when you make fun of me in front of others. I need you to stop that. But if nothing changes, it's okay to distance or end the friendship. This could mean slowly reducing contact, or if they confront, being honest. I feel our friendship has become unhealthy for me, so I need to take a break from it. I hope you can understand. Surround yourself with friends who truly care for you and bring out your best. Quality over quantity. Maintaining long-distance friendships. In our mobile and digital age, it's common for friends to end up in different cities or countries. Use technology creatively. Schedule regular video calls. Even a virtual coffee date or happy hour where you both drink tea or wine and chat via video can mimic the feeling of being together. Use voice messages or video messages for a more personal touch than text sometimes. Share life updates through photos or a private social media group for your friend circle. Some friends even play games or watch shows together over the internet. The key is consistency. Maybe you have a monthly video call or you message every few days. Plan visits or trips. If possible, plan to visit each other or meet in a cool location occasionally. Having a trip to look forward to can sustain a long-distance friendship during dry spells. Even if it's once every couple of years, those in-person reconnections are precious and can recharge the closeness. When visiting, also understand they might not drop everything. They still have work, etc. So balance expectations. But even simply hanging out doing normal stuff for a few days can reinforce the bond. Be understanding of life phases. When far apart, you might not talk as frequently, especially if one friend is going through a demanding life phase, e.g. medical residency, new baby. A hallmark of strong long-distance friendships is no guilt. You might go weeks without a proper catch-up. That doesn't mean you're not friends. When you do reconnect, avoid giving them a hard time for being out of touch. Instead, express that you're happy to hear from them. For instance, I know you've been so busy, it's great to catch up now. This lack of pressure actually often encourages your friend to reach out more when they can, because they don't dread being scolded. Snail mail. Surprises. In a digital world, a physical letter or card can be a delight. Consider sending the occasional note, postcard, or small gift. It's tangible proof you're thinking of them, maybe for their birthday or totally randomly. Saw this book and thought you'd like it, so I'm mailing it to you. It's a bit old-fashioned, but that can make it feel extra special. Keep shared memories alive. Reminisce in your conversations about the good old times you had together, laughing about that road trip or remembering how you met. Shared history is the glue of long-distance friendships. Also, make new shared experiences even while apart. Perhaps read the same book or binge the same TV series and discuss, or start a little two-person book club or challenge, like both training for a 5K in your respective cities and comparing notes. This creates current parallel experiences you can bond over. Practical exercises and tips, cultivating friendships. Friend date. Follow through. Challenge yourself that the next time you meet someone you click with, say at a friend's party or a class, you will follow up with an invitation. For example, it was great talking with you. Would you maybe want to grab coffee sometime? If it goes well, you might gain a new friend. If not, you've at least practiced putting yourself out there, which makes it easier next time. Many close friendships start with someone taking that initiative. Compliment or appreciate a friend today. Think of a friend you maybe haven't expressed your appreciation to in a while and send them a quick message or tell them in person something you admire or appreciate about them. It could be as simple as, "Just so you know, I really value how you always cheer me up when I'm down. You're such a good friend." Genuine compliments strengthen bonds, and you never know when your friend might need that boost. Set a recurring friend hangout. If you have a group of friends or even one good local friend, set a regular time to hang out. For instance, every first Saturday of the month is brunch with the girls, or every Tuesday evening you and your buddy go jogging together. Having it recurring means you don't have to schedule each time. It becomes a habit that keeps the friendship active. Of course, you can skip or move it if needed, but it provides a baseline of regular connection. Shared challenge or project. Do something together that you both care about. It could be training for an event, volunteering for a cause, or even a fun challenge like a summer bucket list of activities in your city that you tackle together. Working side by side on a goal, even if it's just see all Oscar-nominated movies before the awards night, gives you purpose and lots of opportunities to bond. Gratitude exercise. Similar to family or couple gratitude, do one with friends. Perhaps on Thanksgiving or New Year's, you write a note to a close friend telling them why you're grateful for them. Or if that's too earnest for your style, simply make a point when catching up to say, "I really appreciate your friendship. Talking to you always makes my week better." Often we assume friends know how we feel, but hearing it strengthens the connection, and often they'll reciprocate, which feels great for you too. Friendship audit. This was mentioned earlier. Occasionally reflect on your circle. Are there friendships that make you unhappy, more than happy? Maybe consider investing less there. Are there people you enjoy but haven't seen much? Maybe reach out to them more. This isn't to be mercenary, but to ensure you're nurturing friendships that nurture you, and gently letting fade or setting boundaries in those that drain you. Life is too short to spend lots of time with friends who put you down or only take. Focus on those where love and respect are mutual. Friendships are one of the great joys of life. They are chosen relationships based on mutual affection and shared experiences, and they often see us through challenges and celebrations that family or partners might not in the same way. By being a supportive, communicative, and caring friend, and by seeking out those qualities in others, you'll build a network of true companions who make the good times sweeter and the hard times more bearable. Our final chapter will explore professional relationships, where communication, trust, and respect play out in the context of work and career, and we'll learn how to form positive connections in our professional lives. Chapter 12, Thriving in Professional Relationships. Work is a major part of most adults' lives, and the relationships we form in our professional sphere with bosses, colleagues, employees, clients, and mentors can significantly impact our career success and daily well-being. Professional relationships may not have the same emotional depth as personal ones, but they still rely on many of the same fundamentals: communication, trust, respect, and clear boundaries. In this final chapter, we explore how to build positive professional relationships, navigate workplace dynamics, and maintain professionalism while still being authentic. Colleagues exchange a friendly handshake in the office, demonstrating trust and cooperation in a professional relationship. Work is a major part of most adults' lives, and the relationships we have in our professional sphere with bosses, colleagues, mentors, employees, and clients can significantly affect our career success and daily well-being. While professional relationships might not involve the deep emotions of family or romance, they still rely on communication, trust, respect, and boundaries. In this final chapter, we'll discuss how to build positive connections at work, navigate common workplace relationship challenges, and foster a respectful, supportive work environment around you. Communication and respect in the workplace. Clarity and courtesy. Effective workplace communication is clear, concise, and respectful. Whether you're emailing your team, talking to your manager, or chatting with a coworker, strive to convey your message in a straightforward way and listen carefully to others. Use polite language, please, thank you, even in casual settings. Courtesy goes a long way. Avoid gossip or derogatory comments about colleagues. Workplaces can breed gossip, but participating in it erodes trust. If you wouldn't say it in front of the person, think twice about saying it at all. Keeping communication respectful and professional ensures you're seen as someone reliable and pleasant to work with. Active listening in teams. At work, misunderstandings can lead to costly errors or conflicts. Practice active listening during meetings or discussions. Make eye contact with the speaker. Nod or respond to show you're engaged, and ask clarifying questions if needed. So, to confirm, the client wants the report by Tuesday, right? Paraphrase tasks or decisions back to ensure everyone's on the same page. All right, so I'll handle the graphics and you'll prepare the data analysis. Is that correct? This prevents mistakes and shows colleagues you value their input. Also, being attentive when coworkers share ideas or problems builds collegial relationships. People feel respected and heard, which is the basis of good teamwork. Mind your tone and body language. Just as in personal relationships, how you say something at work matters. A polite request, "Could you provide that data by end of day?" is much better received than a barked order, "I need this now." Similarly, be mindful of body language. Eye rolling in a meeting or sighing heavily can communicate disrespect, even if you don't voice it. Strive for an approachable, positive demeanor. Smile when greeting people. Maintain an open posture, not crossing arms defensively when collaborating. This doesn't mean being fake. It means presenting the best of your professional self. If you're upset or stressed, try to handle it calmly or take a break rather than snapping at colleagues. One outburst can damage a reputation that took years to build. Positive feedback and constructive criticism. In professional settings, you'll often have to give or receive feedback. Approach it with respect. When giving praise, be specific. Your presentation was well organized and persuasive. Great job. Publicly acknowledging someone's contribution, e.g. in a team email or meeting, not only motivates them, but also shows you're not out for all the credit. When offering criticism, do it privately and stick to the issue, not the person. For example, with a report full of errors, say, "The report had several errors that need correction. Let's go over them," rather than, "Your work is sloppy." If you're the one receiving feedback, try to listen without defensiveness. View it as an opportunity to improve. Thank them for the input, even if it stings a bit, and avoid retaliating with your own criticism. A workplace where people can give and take feedback civilly is a healthier, more productive one. Managing up and down. Communication in a workplace flows in multiple directions, not just with peers. When talking with your boss, managing up, keep them informed of progress and problems. No one likes surprises at the last minute. Ask for clarification if unsure about an assignment, and if you disagree, frame it diplomatically. "I see your point. Could I share a concern I have about that approach? Be solution oriented. Bring ideas, not just problems. This shows initiative and respect for their time. When communicating with those you supervise, managing down, strive to be clear in expectations, listen to their inputs or concerns, and show appreciation for good work. Don't assume they know you value them. Say it. Also, be approachable. If your team is afraid to tell you bad news, issues will fester. Encourage questions and don't shoot the messenger when problems are brought up. Essentially, treat your team members the way you wished your bosses treated you. Building trust and credibility at work. Reliability and accountability. Trust at work starts with doing your job well and on time. Meet deadlines, or if you truly can't, alert stakeholders early and renegotiate. Keep promises. If you tell a coworker you'll send them an update by Tuesday, do it. Over time, consistency in these small things builds a reputation that you can count on Alex. Equally, if you make a mistake, own up to it rather than hide it or blame others. Saying, I made an error in the budget calculations, I'm fixing it now, might be uncomfortable, but people will trust you more because they know you don't cover up. Everyone makes mistakes. Not everyone takes responsibility. Being accountable sets you apart as trustworthy. Integrity and ethics. Trust also comes from demonstrating integrity. This means doing the right thing even if it's not the easiest. Don't steal credit for a colleague's work. Always acknowledge teamwork. If you handle money or resources, be scrupulously honest. Avoid gossiping or saying things to one person that you wouldn't say to the person involved. Keep confidences. If a colleague shares a personal difficulty in confidence, don't spread it around the office. Follow through on company policies, e.g., don't fudge data to make results look better. Speak up if there's an issue. Colleagues and bosses notice integrity over time. Being known as the one who won't lie or cheat might mean you're not invited to some shady meeting, but ultimately it makes you a respected professional that others trust and want to work with. Support and teamwork. A great way to build trust with coworkers is to have a collaborative spirit. Share information and resources that help everyone do better, instead of hoarding knowledge to seem indispensable. If a teammate is struggling with a task and you have the capacity to assist, offer help. This doesn't mean doing their job for them, but sometimes lending a hand or even a sympathetic ear builds goodwill. Also, defend your colleagues when appropriate. E.g., if in a meeting someone unfairly criticizes your team member who isn't present, you might say a gentle word in their defense. Actually, I think the timeline slipped because we had additional requirements, not because Joe was lax. People notice who has their back. Being that supportive colleague means others trust that you're on their side, not out to undercut them. Build relationships, not just transactions. Take a bit of time to get to know your coworkers as people, within professional limits. Ask how their weekend was or about their hobbies if it comes up. Remember little things like their kid's name or that they were training for a 10K. Showing genuine interest builds rapport, which is the bedrock of trust. It doesn't mean you have to be close friends, but a warm professional relationship where you actually care a little about each other's lives leads to better communication and trust. For example, if you know your colleague is dealing with a sick parent at home, you might trust that their occasional tardiness has a good reason and they trust that you're compassionate about it. Be mindful of cultural differences in how personal to get, but kindness and a bit of small talk usually cross cultures well. Over time, these small connections form a network of colleagues who trust and like each other, which makes for a more pleasant and cooperative workplace. Confidentiality. In work contexts, you often handle sensitive info, company financials, personal data, upcoming changes. Keep private things private. If your boss confides in you about a possible promotion or a problem, don't hint it to others. If you're in HR or management, this is even more crucial. When coworkers trust that you don't spread everything you hear, they'll be more open and honest with you. Conversely, if you're known as the office gossip, trust evaporates and you'll be the last to know anything truly important, since bosses know you'll leak it. Being trustworthy with information is part of professional integrity. Setting boundaries and work-life balance. Define your work boundaries. It's easy for work to seep into all hours, especially with technology and work-from-home setups. Setting boundaries is key to preventing burnout and maintaining trust in relationships both at work and at home. Communicate your boundaries where needed. For example, if you generally don't check email after 8 p.m., you might gently mention to a colleague who emails at midnight, "I saw your note from last night. I unplug after 8, but I'll always see it first thing in the morning." With time, people learn your rhythm. Of course, some jobs are 24/7, but even then, boundaries can exist, like rotating on-call times, so everyone gets a break. If a boundary is non-negotiable, say, you have to pick up your child by 6 p.m., so you cannot stay late beyond a certain time. Be upfront early. I'm able to come in earlier, but I will need to leave by 5:30 for family responsibilities. Most reasonable employers and coworkers will respect that, especially if you consistently fulfill your responsibilities. Learn to say no, politely. In a workplace, you might get more requests than you can handle. If you always say yes out of fear, you may end up underperforming or feeling resentful, which ironically can damage your reputation more than a respectful no. So, practice saying no when needed. I would love to help, but I won't be able to get to it until next week given my current deadlines. Would that still be useful, or should we find someone else? This way you're not flatly refusing, you're offering an alternate. Or, I'm at full capacity with Project X, so I can't take on Y as well without something else being delayed. How would you like to prioritize? This shows you're willing but realistic. It's about communicating your limits rather than silently letting quality slip or working yourself to illness. People will respect you for knowing your limits and being honest. And it sets a norm that you respect others' limits too. Maintain professional distance. It's great to have friendly relationships at work, but remember to keep things professional. Avoid oversharing extremely personal details or office romances that can complicate dynamics. If you do pursue a workplace romance, handle it very discreetly and be aware of company policies. Be cautious about becoming too buddy-buddy with a subordinate if you're a manager. You can be friendly and caring, but you also have to maintain fairness and authority. Similarly, if you become close friends with a colleague, at work still treat them equitably, not giving them special treatment or gossiping about others together. Basically, be friendly but not cliquey or unprofessional. Don't let personal feelings, positive or negative, cloud your professional judgment, like covering for a friend's mistakes constantly or being unfairly harsh on someone you personally dislike. Strive to treat everyone with basic respect, even if you'd never hang out with them outside work. Avoid office politics and drama. Many workplaces have some level of politics, favoritism, power plays, gossip networks. To build trust and respect, try to stay above the fray. That means don't badmouth colleagues behind their backs, don't suck up to bosses at others' expense, and don't spread rumors. Focus on doing good work and treating people fairly. If you have an issue with someone, handle it directly with them or with HR if needed, not by rallying others against them. By not engaging in petty politics, you'll earn the reputation of being straightforward and principled. That often makes you a confidant for others tired of drama, and even managers often notice and appreciate someone who's no nonsense in that way. If you find yourself in a highly political environment, it might be tough to avoid completely, but you can at least not contribute to negativity. And remember, alliances shift. The coworker you gossip with today might be your boss next year. Better to keep things professional and avoid anything that could come back to bite you. Building a positive reputation and network. Be helpful and solution-oriented. People enjoy working with colleagues who look for solutions rather than just complain or create problems. Try to be the person who, when a challenge arises, focuses on how to fix it or prevent it rather than just stressing about it. If a teammate is struggling, offer a practical suggestion or a helping hand. Volunteer for tasks or committees that others avoid within reason. Being seen as someone who contributes to the greater good of the office, not just your own narrow duties, boosts your reputation. It shows leadership potential and team spirit. Just be careful not to overextend. Tie back to boundaries and saying no appropriately. Also, be consistent. A single helpful act is nice, but a pattern of reliability and helpfulness is what builds a solid reputation. Networking and genuine connections. Professional relationships extend beyond your immediate workplace. Building a network in your industry or community can open doors and provide support. Attend events, connect on professional social media like LinkedIn, and follow up with people you meet. The key is to be genuine. Networking gets a bad rap when it feels fake or purely self-serving. Instead, approach new contacts with curiosity about them, ask questions, and find common ground. Offer help if appropriate. I know someone who might be a good fit for that job opening at your company. Want me to connect you? Networking is a two-way street. Maintaining your network means keeping in some contact occasionally, an email to congratulate them on something, sharing an article they might find interesting, grabbing coffee once or twice a year. These small touches keep relationships alive. Then, if you ever need advice, a referral, or a job, it's much easier to reach out since you've kept the relationship warm, and vice versa. People in your network may think of you for opportunities if they've had positive interactions with you. Essentially, be the kind of person people want in their network: reliable, pleasant, and mutually supportive. Mentorship. Give and receive. Seek mentors who can guide you in your career and also be open to mentoring others coming up. A mentor can be a boss, but it could also be someone in another department or an external person in your field whom you admire. Don't be afraid to politely approach someone for mentorship. Many experienced professionals are happy to share advice. Come prepared with thoughtful questions and show gratitude for their time. Keep them updated on your progress occasionally. Mentors love to see their guidance making a difference. Meanwhile, if a junior person asks you for advice or help, take the time if you can. Being a mentor can improve your own skills. Teaching clarifies your knowledge, and it builds your legacy and network. Professional relationships rooted in mentorship often become some of the most fulfilling. Both parties learn and benefit. Plus, those mentees you help might rise to significant positions one day and remember your kindness. Handle conflict professionally. If conflict arises in the workplace, which it inevitably does at times, apply the principles of respect and communication. Avoid emotional outbursts or office gossip about it. Instead, address it directly with the person and involve a manager or HR if needed in serious cases. Focus on the facts and impact, not personal attacks. For example, I felt concerned when the project deadline was moved up without consulting our team. It put a lot of pressure on us. Is better than you screwed us over moving that deadline. Try to propose solutions. In the future, could we have a meeting to discuss deadlines if changes are needed? I think that would help us all adjust. If you handle disagreements calmly and fairly, even people who initially opposed you will likely respect you. You develop a reputation as someone who doesn't freak out, doesn't backstab, but deals with issues head on. That's the kind of colleague people trust, even if they don't always agree with you. And if you find yourself in conflict with a boss or direct report, the same rules apply. Be respectful, focus on issues, and seek a constructive path forward. Also, choose your battles. Sometimes letting a small issue go is better for the relationship than winning a point that doesn't really matter in the long run. When you are the leader, if you're in a management or leadership role, recognize that your relationship building sets the tone for your team or even the whole organization. Simple things like greeting your team cheerfully in the morning, being available to listen, and giving credit where it's due create a culture of trust and loyalty. A good professional relationship with your employees means they feel comfortable coming to you with both good and bad news, and they trust that you have their back, and vice versa. You trust that they'll be honest and do their best. To achieve that, avoid micromanaging. Show that you trust them by giving autonomy where appropriate and asking for their input on decisions that affect them. Handle mistakes as learning opportunities rather than occasions for public shaming, and stand up for your team if higher-ups unfairly criticize them. Your team will trust you if you protect them, and of course address issues privately to improve. Essentially, lead how you would like to be led. Professional relationships are a two-way street. Even as a boss, if you treat people with fairness and empathy, they will respond with trust, respect, and often extra effort because they feel valued. Balancing authenticity with professionalism. Be yourself within appropriate limits. Professional relationships don't mean you have to be a stiff robot. You can have personality at work. Maybe you're the one with the witty, not mean humor who lightens tense meetings, or you share your passion for marathon running, which inspires colleagues to pursue fitness goals. Bringing appropriate personal flair makes relationships at work more genuine and enjoyable. Authenticity builds trust. People feel they know who you are. Just modulate for the setting. Venting about very personal marital problems or partying adventures to your whole office is likely oversharing. But showing that you're a real person, you have a family, you have hobbies, you sometimes struggle, like mentioning, I was up all night with my sick kid, so bear with me today, can humanize you and create empathy. Find a balance. You don't have to disclose everything, just don't hide everything either. Colleagues often appreciate relatability. It can bond teams. The caution is to maintain respect and boundaries, e.g., joking with close colleagues is great until it crosses into territory that could offend others listening. Always think professional environment. Would this be okay if the CEO or HR were hearing it? Err on the side of inclusive, clean humor and kindness. Emotional intelligence. Being attuned to your own and others' emotions in the workplace pays off greatly. If you're frustrated in a meeting, instead of snapping, recognize it. I'm feeling frustrated because I don't think we're addressing X, and voice it calmly or take a break. If you notice a colleague seems down or stressed, quietly ask if they're okay or if you can help with anything. Sometimes just acknowledging someone's struggle, I know you've got a lot on your plate, hang in there, can strengthen your professional relationship with them. They see you as an ally, not just a work machine. Emotional intelligence also means controlling impulses, like not firing off an angry email in the heat of the moment. Write a draft, cool off, then edit or don't send. It means apologizing if you do misstep. I'm sorry I was short with you earlier. I was feeling overwhelmed, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Such moments of humility can actually increase respect from others because they see you value the relationship and can self-regulate. Colleagues trust people who are emotionally steady and considerate. Celebrations and team bonding. Professional relationships can be strengthened by occasionally breaking out of work mode and bonding as people. Join team lunches, sign the birthday card for that coworker, attend the retirement gathering for that longtime employee. These moments of celebration and camaraderie create positive shared experiences. If you're a manager, support or organize team-building events, keeping them inclusive and mindful of people's comfort levels. Even a monthly team coffee or an after-work happy hour, ensuring no one feels pressured to drink alcohol if they don't want to, can help colleagues relax and connect. Just remember that even at social work events, you're still in a professional context. Have fun, but not at the expense of professionalism. E.g., getting wildly drunk at the company holiday party might damage professional relationships rather than help them. People still remember on Monday what you said on Friday night. Navigating office social hierarchies. Be friendly and respectful to everyone, from the CEO to the intern to the janitorial staff. Professional relationships are not just about those who can do something for you career-wise. Treating all colleagues with respect is the right thing to do and also builds a broad base of goodwill. You'd be amazed how a kind relationship with an often overlooked person, say the IT support or the receptionist, can make your work life smoother. And it's not because you're calculating that, it's because kindness tends to be returned. Plus, today's intern might be tomorrow's industry leader. Building a reputation as a decent person is a long-term investment. This doesn't mean you have to be best friends with everyone, but basic friendly professionalism should extend to all. Final thoughts. Professional relationships may not usually carry the deep emotional bonds of personal ones, but they occupy a huge portion of our time and can greatly influence our stress or satisfaction each day by communicating clearly and respectfully, building trust through integrity and support, maintaining healthy boundaries, and fostering a cooperative network, you can create a work life full of positive, productive relationships. These relationships can lead to a more enjoyable work environment, opportunities for growth, and a support system in achieving career goals. As we conclude this comprehensive journey through relationships, romantic, familial, platonic, and professional, remember that while each context has its nuances, the core principles overlap: empathy, respect, communication, trust, and intentional effort. By applying these principles, you are equipped to thrive together with the people in your life. No relationship will be perfect, but they can all be enriching, supportive, and growth-promoting with care and commitment. Here's to building connections that bring out the best in you and those around you, making life's journey truly fulfilling for everyone involved.